Thank you all for joining us today for Is the Pope Catholic? A conference seeking the truth about the two popes. We are going to start by praying the Holy Rosary. Well, thank you all for praying with us. I'd like to say a few remarks, and then I will introduce our first speaker. First off, I'd like to thank each and every one of you watching today, men and women, laity and clerics, literally from around the globe, from New Zealand to Chile, from Scotland to Saudi Arabia, from, believe it or not, Transylvania to Pennsylvania. You are all welcome, and we're very happy to have you. Secondly, and this is important, the views expressed by any single speaker today do not necessarily reflect the views of other speakers. I must confess to feeling a little like Nick Fury from Marvel Comics, having assembled a rather eclectic, some would say eccentric, company of warriors, happy warriors, the last line of defense against the forces threatening to tear their world apart. And yes, there is an urgency to this conference for seeking the unvarnished truth about the two popes. Our Lady, in the second secret of Fatima, requested that the Pope and all the bishops consecrate Russia to her Immaculate Heart in order to obtain the triumph of her Immaculate Heart, the conversion of Russia, and a period of world peace. Regrettably, some 100 years later, the popes have still not obeyed heaven. So today, we have wars and rumors of wars. Ukraine, Israel, and maybe soon Taiwan. In order to avert global communist enslavement, World War III, and biblical chastisements, a valid pope must consecrate Russia to Mary's Immaculate Heart. Everyone you and I know and love, everyone, is in mortal danger if a valid pope doesn't make the consecration before it's too late. Some will accuse us of hating Jorge Bergoglio. But as St. Thomas Aquinas teaches, correcting a sinner is loving him. Quote, now, to do away with anyone's evil is the same as to procure his good. And to procure a person's good is an act of supernatural love, whereby we wish and do our friend well. Consequently, fraternal correction also is an act of supernatural love, because thereby we drive out our brother's evil, that is to say, his sin, the removal of which pertains to charity. As Dominican missionary Father Joseph Kenny once wrote, when it comes to words, love is again the opposite of hate. Love rejoices in the truth, even the hard and bitter truth which it bravely upholds. To relieve spiritual needs, it leads one to pray for others, to teach them, counsel them, console them, correct them, forgive them, and put up with their defects. Where we saw hatred at its worst, in converting its victim into a devil by bad example, we see love at its best in the exercise of fraternal correction. It is an attempt on the part of any private citizen to persuade someone who is leading a bad life to make a turnabout, a conversion to a good or better life. And so love is at its best and most effective level of operation when, with God's grace, it can change a human devil into a saint. Speakers today will consider the possibility of 1, the invalidity of Pope Benedict's resignation, 2, the invalidity of Bergoglio's acceptance of the papacy, or 3, Bergoglio's loss of office due to public material, if not formal, heresy. If any or all of us are mistaken, then I invite critics, out of genuine charity, please point out where any of us are in error. We will start with 3 speakers and then have a roundtable question and answer. After that, we will have an hour lunch break and then repeat the same pattern for the afternoon. And now, without further ado, I would like to welcome our first speaker. Our first speaker today is Father Paul Kramer. Father Kramer is an Irish-American native of Bristol, Connecticut, who studied philosophy and theology in Rome at the Pontifical University of St. Thomas Aquinas during the 1970s. He was ordained to the priesthood in April of 1980 in the Cathedral of Sessa Aurunca, Italy. Father Kramer served in parish ministry in Germany, the Philippines, the United States, and has carried out various missions in other countries, including Canada, Italy, Brazil, India, Ireland, Portugal, Spain, and England. Father is currently retired and is living in Ireland. He was a close collaborator with the world-famous Fatima priest, Father Nicholas Gruner, from 1986 until the latter's untimely death in April 2015, at whose request he has written volumes 1 and 2 of On the True and False Pope, the Case Against Bergoglio. Please welcome Father Paul Kramer.
For the first time since the Protestant Reformation, a significant portion of the Catholic hierarchy is breaking away from Catholicism and forming a different church, based on a faith other than the Catholic faith. The leader and standard bearer of the new sect and its heresy is an Argentinian named Jorge Bergoglio. Like all heresies, it first came into being as a cancer within the body of the church, but like all heresies, it emerges as an alien entity, a foreign body, a malignant tumor which cannot remain in the body without killing it. So having manifested itself visibly as an alien malignancy, nothing more remains to be done but to excise it and expel it from the body before it kills the body. Classical formulations of the problem of a heretical pope were formulated according to a hypothetical scenario in which the hierarchy is composed of Catholics and the pope either falls into heresy or is found to be a heretic. What we have happening in the church at present is something quite different. A man who was already a heretic long before his election by the cardinals, who in the minds of many is a valid pope, but in reality only a putative pope, and in the minds of others is a doubtful pope or no pope due to heresy and or invalidity, invalidly elected, does not simply deviate from the Catholic faith in his personal opinions while maintaining the church in the state in which he found it. Jorge Bergoglio has stated that he intends to reform the church by means of a synodal reform, a reform which he himself says will be irreversible and will result in what he calls a different church. He is well into the process of creating a hierarchy for his different church by appointing like-minded heretical bishops, creating like-minded heretical cardinals, and removing or neutralizing bishops and cardinals of the old religion, the apostolic religion of Catholic tradition. He is already modifying canon law in such a manner that would alter and invert the divine constitution of the teaching church in order to bring fully into being a synodalist listening church. Bergoglio's religion is founded on doctrines that radically deviate from the Catholic faith. His teaching is exactly what Pope Benedict XVI so forcefully warned against: the dictatorship of relativism. There is no church that legitimately claims to be in possession of absolute truth in matters of religion according to the Bergoglian creed. He professes that it is illicit to obey the commandment of Jesus Christ to teach and make disciples of all nations, and that the carrying out of Christ's command is poison. It is not mere happenstance that Bergoglio uses the same word to describe the Christian religion as the Masons, who speak of the poison of religion, or of clericalism, which in Masonic parlance means one and the same thing: Catholicism. The Church has perpetually professed that her mission, received from Christ himself, is to evangelize the nations and convert them to the Catholic faith, to what Saint Athanasius called the actual original faith, teaching, and tradition of the Catholic Church, which the Lord bestowed, the apostles proclaimed, and the fathers safeguarded. And that is in Ad Serapion. That's Catholicism. That's what St. Athanasius called it. The Masons call it clericalism, which should make it clear why Jorge Bergoglio so often and so vehemently rails against the clericalism. Bergoglianism professes what Masons profess, that we are all children of God, regardless of what creed we profess, and we do not need to be Christian or obey Christ's commandments to be saved. Bergoglio's religion is summed up perfectly in the expression so dear to Masons: the fatherhood of God and the brotherhood of man. We are all children of God, no matter what religion we profess, because all religions lead to God. This doctrine is founded on the Gnostic principle, which professes that divine revelation was imparted in the beginning to all tribes and nations, and opposes the scriptural teaching that divine truth was given to only one people, set apart by covenant and sanctified by God. As we read in the Psalm 147, who declareth his word to Jacob, his justices and his judgments to Israel. He hath not done in like manner to any other nation, and his judgments he has not made manifest to them. Masonic-inspired Bergoglianism represents a total and radical inversion of this divinely revealed truth by professing the Gnostic-inspired dogma that the Church can only teach divine revelation if it first listens to the voices from the peripheries and receives the truths of revelation from the nations, from the religions of the indigenous peoples. The belief that the Church has received the infallible revelation directly from God, and that the ministers of the gospel have been solemnly commissioned by Christ not to listen or dialogue, but to preach the gospel and teach the law of God, is rejected by Bergoglian Gnosticism as arrogance and clericalism. I have described the Bergoglian religion at some length in my second volume, and I will explain it further and in greater detail in my third volume, God willing. We are not confronted with a man who claims to be the Pope, but merely strays from the true faith as a private person, but rather one who is fanatically determined to reform the one holy Catholic and Apostolic Church out of existence and to replace it with a different church, a synodalistic, Gnostic, listening church that received this revelation from below and not from the God of heaven above. This present state of affairs in the Church today is not acceptable to Catholics. There is a body of Church teaching, and in fact, it is a matter of faith. A public heretic is outside the Church, and therefore it follows by strict logical implication that if the Pope is indeed a heretic and can be proven to be certainly guilty of heresy, then he is not a legitimate Pope. He is not validly occupying the papal office, and according to Catholic doctrine and canonical tradition, he must be judged and removed. I have explained this matter at length in my two volumes, Volume 1, To Deceive the Elect, and Volume 2, On the True and the False Pope, and have applied this doctrine to the case of Jorge Bergoglio, who the indicia of heresy demonstrate to be not a mere suspect of heresy, but certainly and beyond all doubt a heretic. The course of action that has to be taken is the canonical action of removal. Unfortunately, there is erroneous thinking in the church by so many, even experts in canon law, who tend sometimes to lose sight of theological doctrine and canonical tradition while focusing on individual statutes of recent origin, and who therefore say Francis is the Pope and the Pope cannot be judged because he is the supreme authority in the church. So there is in reality nothing we can do about it, even if he is a heretic. Those beliefs are not merely wrong, but are in fact not in conformity with the Catholic faith. They don't consider the fact that, which I have thoroughly explained in my volume 1, that according to the most definitive pronouncements of the ordinary and universal magisterium, all those who publicly profess heresy are not members of the Catholic Church. They separate themselves from the Church by their act of professing heresy, because if anyone is not professing the Catholic faith, but is professing some different kind of faith other than the faith of the Roman Catholic Church, and profess to err against faith in such a manner that the indicia of formal heresy are verified, then such a one is without doubt a heretic, and by the act of heresy separates himself from the Church. This is very clearly an infallible truth of the Catholic faith, as I have explained at length in my 2 volumes of To Deceive the Elect. St. Robert Bellarmine taught in De Romano Pontifice, 2nd book, chapter 29, that if a valid pope would be taking actions that would destroy the Church, it is legitimate to oppose him and to take active measures to resist him. In such a case, that pope has no legitimate power to retaliate against those who justly and rightfully resist him, because ecclesiastical authority, which comes from God, is an authority to build up the Church, not to destroy it. 2 Corinthians 10:8. So a true pope, while he can only be corrected, but cannot be judged by any ecclesiastical power, he nevertheless has no power from God to pervert the gospel, to corrupt the sacred rites, or to command the ministers of the Church, or to penalize them for non-compliance, or to deviate from the Catholic faith on any point of doctrine whatsoever, or adopt new rites of the Mass or sacraments that are in any manner devious from the Catholic faith, or contrary to the traditional rite of Mass handed down by the Roman Church, or contrary to the traditional rites established by universal custom for the solemn administration of the sacraments. Now, that principle, according to which a pope cannot ever be judged, applies to a true pope. But if it is manifestly evident that the pope is a heretic, or if the heresy, in accordance with certain indicia, is discovered and proven, then he is a false pope, and as a heretic, he is simply to be removed. Most Catholics seem to be unaware of the fact that there is a very definitive point of doctrine which qualifies as pertaining to the infallible teaching of the ordinary and universal magisterium of the Church, which teaches that if the Pope is a heretic, he is not a legitimate Pope, and he falls under the jurisdiction of the Church to be judged and removed. The foundation of this teaching is the universally professed truth of faith that all heretics are to be excluded from communion with the Church. Furthermore, it is clear from what Pope Pius IX taught in Tuas Libenter that what has been unanimously taught by theologians in matters of faith pertains to the deposit of revelation and is of divine and Catholic faith. John of St. Thomas, one of the great theologians of the 17th century, explained in his day that it is unanimously held and taught by the theologians that if the Pope is a heretic, he is to be judged by the Church and removed. This point, therefore, because it has been established in the papal canons and decrees of the Church and has been unanimously taught by theologians for many centuries since antiquity, qualifies already as a de fide doctrine of the ordinary and universal magisterium of the Church. A corollary of this doctrine is that if the indicia are such that they establish grave suspicion of heresy, then that suspected heretic pope is a doubtful pope, a papa dubius, and is presumed in law to be no pope. A true and certain pope validly reigning cannot be judged by his subordinates, as is evident from the solemn definition of the primacy, and even centuries before the words of St. Robert Bellarmine, from the words of St. Robert Bellarmine, who explained in what manner Peter received the keys immediately from Christ. And I quote, "But we believe Peter in the prior manner bore the person of the Church, thus undoubtedly that he truly and principally and immediately had received the keys, and by receiving them at the same time signified the universal Church afterward to receive them. So it is that Christ handed no ecclesiastical power to the Church, but to Peter was given the full power of the primacy, and to the apostles the power was given to exercise jurisdiction in hierarchical subordination to that primacy, whence the whole Church, congregated together, whose jurisdiction according to its very nature exists in hierarchical subordination to the Pope's primacy of jurisdiction, has absolutely no power whatsoever to judge or depose a validly reigning pontiff. That the members should overrule the head or cut off the head is against nature, as Bellarmine explains, and I quote, moreover, the head is to be ruled for the head to be ruled by the members, and not rather that they be ruled by the head, is against nature, just as it is also against nature that the members cut off the head, when perchance it would be gravely ill, unquote. For these reasons, Bellarmine explains it is only when the Pope is doubtful or no Pope that a council can judge who is the Pope or provide a true shepherd for the Church. And further down on the page, he clarifies, for a doubtful Pope is considered no Pope, and thus to have power over him is not to have power over the Pope. For this reason, Bellarmine explains in chapter 9, De Utilitate vel etiam necessitate celebrandorum conciliorum, in his work De Conciliis et Ecclesia, that one of the reasons which would necessitate the convening of a council would be suspicion of heresy in the Roman pontiff, if it should happen. The infallible teaching authority of the Church is founded on and pertains ultimately to the primacy of the Roman pontiff, which Vatican I defined in Pastor Aeternus as a total fullness of supreme power, and for which reason it defined that all questions of doctrine are reserved to his final judgment. So long as an indubitably valid Pope holds office, it is infallibly defined in Pastor Aeternus that absolutely all judgments on doctrinal questions are reserved to the jurisdiction of his primacy. This is a dogma of faith. There can be no exception. The exception, as I've explained at length in my books, is made in the canons of the Church, papal teachings, and explained by the greatest post-Tridentine doctors of the Church, precisely because a heretic is per se an incapable subject of the papacy, who therefore cannot validly hold the papal munus. In medieval canon law, an exceptio would eliminate the necessity of a trial for a manifest heretic, so that the administrative procedure of removal could be prescribed without a formal penal process, as would be required in the case of an accusatio against a suspected heretic. A pope cannot be judged by anyone except if he is a heretic, since the heretic, being intrinsically incapable of validly holding the munus, would in reality not be a valid pope at all. The Fifth Lateran Council in the 9th session of the Bull on the Reform of the Curia ruled, all false Christians and those with evil sentiments toward the faith of whatever race or nation they may be, as well as heretics and those stained with some taint of heresy or Judaizers, are to be totally excluded from the company of Christ's faithful and expelled from any position, especially from the Roman Curia, and punished with an appropriate penalty. Pope Innocent III taught in Sermon number 4, In Consecratione Pontificis, I quote, since the Roman pontiff has no other superior than God, who could cast him out or trample him underfoot? But he ought not vainly flatter himself because of his power, because the less he is judged by men, the more he is judged by God. I say the less because he can be judged by men, or rather, he can be shown to be already judged, if he should wither away into heresy, because he that does not believe is already judged. John 3:18. St. Alphonsus, following this teaching of St. Innocent III, exactly as is St. Robert Bellarmine in his fifth opinion, pronounces on the question of judging a pope, saying, we answer that if ever a pope as a private person would fall into heresy, then he would immediately fall from the papacy, for since he would be outside the church, he could no longer be the head of the church, whence in that case the church would have to not, in fact, depose him, because no one has power over the Pope, but declare him to have fallen from the pontificate. Then he adds, Pope Symmachus said, the Pope is supreme pastor, subject to no judgment except in the case of heresy. Now, the canonical exception of judging a Pope. It is in this sense that Don Pietro Ballerini, in his work on ecclesiastical power, De Potestate Ecclesiastica, chapter 9, section number 1, number 5, explains the meaning of the canonical exception of heresy in judging a pope. I quote, in the sacred canons, where the scandals of the pontiffs are discussed, we read that it is decreed that they are not to be obeyed, nor is their example to be followed, where they act or command anything contrary to the divine law, but they never indicate that they are to be subjected to the judgment of anyone, unless perhaps they are devious from the faith. The exception of heresy is due to the fact that, on account of the heresy itself falling ipso facto from the pontificate, they would lose their jurisdiction of primacy. Ballerini, who famously followed the fifth opinion of Bellarmine, stated that those who follow this opinion assert the right of a general council over a pope deviating from the faith, for whom they propound to be a heretic, because they believe such a pontiff, by the heresy itself, to be severed and cut off from the foundation of the church, which is faith, and consequently from the church itself, and to have utterly fallen from the pontificate. And in this hypothesis, it would be the right of a general council over him, who is no longer the pontiff, nor does he possess the primacy. Unquote. Ballerini adds that this doctrine was already found in the teaching of Pope Innocent III, whom he cited in a footnote, saying, Innocent III favors this opinion in his third sermon, writing on the day of his consecration, to such an extent faith is necessary for me, that while for other sins I have God for a judge, because of the sin which I sin against, because of the sin which is committed against faith, I could be judged by the church. Thus, it is in this context that Ballerini explains the meaning of the exception to papal injudicability in the case of heresy. It is clear from this explanation of this eminent canonist theologian and contemporary of St. Alphonsus exactly what the holy doctor St. Alphonsus was getting at by quoting the Roman Council under Pope Symmachus, which taught the Pope is supreme pastor, subject to no judgment except in the case of heresy. It cannot mean that a true and valid pope can be judged by his inferiors in the case of heresy, because then, contrary to the dogma of the primacy, the supreme and infallible judge would be judged by an inferior and fallible judge. Thus, in accordance with the teaching of Ballerini, St. Alphonsus, and Pope Gregory XVI, all of whom based their teaching on the doctrine of Innocent III, it would not be a true pope who would be judged a heretic and deposed by his inferiors, but it would be a false pope who, for the reason of his evident heresy, would be judged by the church to be no pope, because the church infallibly recognizes the heretic for what he is, an alien, an outsider, an impostor, who, as Innocent III teaches, is not their shepherd but a heretic. And I quote Pope Innocent III, for such faith the Roman pontiff and the Roman church have kept for each other, that they suitably are able to fit together, which the truth says in the gospel, I know my sheep and mine know me. John 10, unquote. No, I continue to quote. They do not follow the stranger, but flee, because they do not know the voice of strangers. The strangers are the heretics and schismatics, which the Roman church does not follow, but pursues and drives away. They recognize and hear their own, not apostate, but apostolic, not Cathar, but Catholic, receiving and rendering the conjugal debt, receiving from him the debt of providence and rendering the debt of reverence, unquote. The Bergoglian Reformation. The danger of Francis is that he is turning his personal heresy into institutional heresy. He is on record of saying to the former Jesuit Superior General, Father Adolfo Nicolas, that he wants to reform the church and does not want to leave office until his reforms become irreversible. He is condemned by the words of his own mouth. The reforms he wants to enact in the church are reforms that would change the constitution of the church against the divine constitution of the church. It would be a different church. Indeed, it was Bergoglio himself who declared in Orwellian doublespeak that his synodal church will not be another church, but will be a different church. But he said there is a need to create, and I quote, a different church. However, a different church that is synodal in its constitution is a church that is different from the Catholic Church, which was constituted by Christ as a monarchical church and not a synodal church. Bergoglio says the purpose of the synod and synodality is to, and I quote, promote the understanding of synodality as a constitutive dimension of the church, unquote. Note the word constitutive. A synodal constitution is founded on the idea of collegiality and is in its very nature opposed to a monarchical constitution in which the authority of bishops is not collegial but exists according to the principle of subsidiarity and in hierarchical subordination to the supreme and absolute jurisdiction of the Roman pontiff. Bergoglio's synodal reform will create the greatest schism in the history of the church because it is creating a false church. The sectarians occupying the Vatican under this false pope, under this heretic Francis, are the ones who are defecting from the Catholic Church. Those who separate from Bergoglio are not schismatics who leave the church, but it is Bergoglio and his followers who are defecting and who have already defected from the Catholic faith and the church. In his interview with Peter Zewald, Pope Benedict explained why he asked the faithful to pray for me that I will not flee fearfully from the wolves. He said, "But the real threat to the church and thus to the Petrine service lies in the worldwide dictatorship of apparently humanistic ideologies, which contradicting means exclusion from the basic social consensus. Modern society is in the process of formulating an anti-Christian creed which to resist against is punished with social excommunication. The fear of this spiritual power of the Antichrist is then all too natural, and it really takes the prayer help of an entire diocese and the entire world church to resist it." Benedict renounced the exercise of papal power because the pressures that were put on him would have ended his life if he had continued in the active Petrine ministry. And now we have a so-called pope who is subtly but clearly promoting the godless and anti-Christian Agenda 2030 of the United Nations, the agenda of population control and reduction, of sexual diversity, of environmentalism and nature worship, all of which pertain to the perverse and godless agenda of the sect of Freemasonry. This has become so evident that when Archbishop Carlo Vigano was asked in a letter from a cloistered nun if Jesus were to come down to earth today, would he recognize his church? The Archbishop replied, yes, he would recognize his church, but not in the sect that occupies the Vatican. His exact words were, and I quote, "Of course he would recognize her, but not in the sect that eclipses the See of Peter, rather in the many good souls, especially in the priests, men and women religious, and in many simple faithful souls who, even if they do not have horns of light on their brow as Moses did, are still recognizable as living members of the Church of Christ," unquote. What the Archbishop says is very correct because it is a sect. The Luciferian sect of Freemasonry, which is Gnostic and Luciferian, that occupies the Vatican. They conceive of their God as an immanent world soul, and in the higher degrees, their God is professed to be the devil. They are the ones now who have a stranglehold on power in the Vatican. They are the ones who usurp the power in the Vatican. The Church teaches that when a heretical usurper such as Francis intrudes onto the throne of Peter, he is simply to be removed. The Church says with the voice of Pope Innocent III, he is to be cast out and trampled underfoot by men. Because a heretic is an alien. He doesn't belong to the Church. Bergoglio ceased to be a Catholic long ago, long before his election. That was engineered by the Sancta Gallon group. He already had ceased before taking up residence in Rome to be a member of the Church, and he ceased to be a valid holder of any ecclesiastical office in the same manner as Pedro de Luna, who was declared by the Council of Constance in the 37th session to have lost all office and ecclesiastical dignity because of his obstinate heresy and schism. If Bergoglio is not removed, you will have two competing churches, one true and one false, one of Jesus Christ and one of the devil, one authentic and one counterfeit. One church will be governed by the successors of the apostles with the full apostolic succession, and the other will be a new counterfeit satanic church, ruled by Masons, a church that will have no divine authority and no foundation of a divine constitution. This false and counterfeit church is what Pope John Paul II was referring to when he said in New York at the Kosciuszko Foundation, 2 years before he became Pope. On September 4th, 1976, I quote, "We are now standing in the face of the greatest historical confrontation humanity has ever gone through. I do not think that wide circles of the American society or wide circles of the Christian community realize this fully. We are now facing the final confrontation between the church and the anti-church, the gospel versus the anti-gospel. This confrontation lies within the plans of divine providence. It is a trial which the whole church, and the Polish church in particular, must take up." End of quote. This is the core of the third secret of Fatima, as was underscored by John Paul II in his homily of beatification of Blessed Jacinta and Francisco of Fatima on May 13, 2000, when he said, I quote, "The message of Fatima is a call to conversion, alerting humanity to have nothing to do with the dragon whose tail swept down a third of the stars of heaven and cast them down to earth." That's the book of Apocalypse, chapter 12, verse 4. That anti-church, which John Paul II warned against, is taking shape before our eyes by means of the synodal reforms of the Bergoglian Reformation, which aims to bring about the consummation not only of Luther's Reformation, but would consummate the entire historical process of heresy, which was already set in motion in Old Testament times and is symbolized in Scripture as the Tower of Babel. It is precisely this anti-church that Bergoglio is creating in order to integrate the organizational apparatus and infrastructure of the Catholic Church into that godless Babel which St. Pius X warned about in 1904, in his apostolic letter, Notre Charge Apostolique, when he warned of, and I quote, the establishment of a universal church which will have no dogmas, no hierarchy, no rule for the mind, no breaking for the passions, and which, under the pretext of freedom and human dignity, would bring back into the world, if it could, to triumph the legal reign of cunning and strength and the oppression of the weak, of those who suffer and work, unquote. Bergoglio's reforms aim to consummate not only the work of the 16th century Reformation, but to consummate the project of the devil himself, the project which began at the dawn of history and which Satan entrusted in modern times to Freemasonry, not only to destroy the faith and tradition of the Catholic Church, but to sweep down the stars of heaven and cast them down to earth. Bergoglio has even gone so far as to explicitly reject the mission which the Church received from our Lord himself, the mission according to Christ's own explicit words, to make disciples of all nations, teaching them to obey everything I have commanded you, Matthew 28, 19 and 20. On October 13, 2016, Bergoglio declared, I quote, it is not licit to convince someone of your faith. And he said that engaging in this practice, which was solemnly commanded by Christ, is, quote, the most powerful venom. Christ's command is venom, according to Bergoglio. The still unpublished part of the third secret of Fatima reveals that the great apostasy will be led from the Vatican by a heretic anti-pope who will carry out the Masonic agenda to abolish the dogma of faith, the commandments of God, and the holy sacrifice of the Mass. Saint Pio of Pietrelcina, who had the third secret revealed to him directly from heaven, related the loss of faith in the Church to the third secret in a conversation with Father Gabriele Amort around 1960, saying, and I quote, you know, Gabriele, it is Satan who has entered the bosom of the Church and within a short time will come to rule a false church, end of quote. In 1861, 56 years before Our Lady revealed the secret of Fatima, Cardinal Henry Edward Manning wrote about the same great apostasy in his book, The Present Crisis of the Holy See. I quote, I think it well to recite the text of theologians of greatest repute, first Malvenda, who writes expressly on the subject, states, as the opinion of Ribera, Gaspar, Melus, Viegas, Suarez, Bellarmine, and Balsius, that Rome shall apostatize from the faith, drive away the vicar of Christ, and return to its ancient paganism, end of quote. Manning continues by describing the great persecution that will follow, and I quote, then the church shall be scattered, driven into the wilderness, and shall be for a time, as it was in the beginning, invisible, hidden in the catacombs, in dens, in mountains, in lurking places. For a time it shall be swept, as it were, from the face of the earth. Such is the universal testimony of the fathers of the early church, end of quote. That will be the great persecution Our Lady of Fatima revealed in the secret. The true Church of Christ is that one which professes the faith taught by Christ. Vera enim ecclesia est quae profitete Christi fidem. The true faith is found only in that church where there can be seen agreement in doctrine and with the ancient church, as Bellarmine points out. And that agreement must be an uninterrupted duration from antiquity. It does not suffice for a church to be judged Catholic merely on the criteria of its material visibility and universality, and that with its heretical leader it has materially and temporally succeeded from the apostolic church that preceded it. Because even if it enjoys greater visibility and universality, it visibly lacks the form of the church if it does not exhibit the recognizable attributes of holiness, apostolicity, of doctrine, and unity, which are essential marks of recognition of plainly visible in the Holy Roman Catholic and Apostolic Church. For as Bellarmine says, the true church is said to be apostolic according to the testimony of Tertullian, not only because of the succession of bishops from the apostles, but also because of the consanguinity of doctrine, as he says, because plainly it retains the doctrine which the apostles handed down, unquote. If any infallible dogma or moral truth is reformed, abolished, or in any manner changed, or if the essence of the sacraments will be changed, then the ecclesial communities which embrace those changes can be visibly seen to separate from the Catholic Church because they lack the visible form by which the true church can be easily recognized. And the reputed pope who would presume to institute those heretical reforms would, by the very act of institution, demonstrate with absolute certitude that he is not a valid pope and that he has defected from the Catholic Church. With the death of Pope Benedict, Francis, emboldened, feels he now has a clear path to proceed with his evil plans to reform the Church, to destroy our Holy Mass, and to reform the true Catholic Church out of existence by abolishing the infallible dogmas and morals defined in past ages. They will tell us that theology and science have advanced to the point that it now can be seen that the primitive dogmas of the past are obsolete and unsuitable for our times. However, our religion is not founded on theology or science, but on the Word of God entrusted to the apostles to be faithfully transmitted and handed on to their successors to be taught until the end of time. It is not by advances in scientific knowledge, nor by theological investigation, nor by any process of discernment that we arrive at the correct understanding of the truths of divine revelation, but by assent and adherence to the divine truths we have received, and which were delivered to us infallibly by the authority of the teaching magisterium of the Church. Thus St. Paul wrote, "For I have received of the Lord that which also I delivered unto you, that the Lord Jesus, the same night in which he was betrayed, took bread," etc. And further on, he says, "For I delivered unto you first of all, which I also received, how that Christ died for our sins according to the Scriptures." St. Thomas explains that among those things handed over in divine revelation are those which declare the authority of the men through whom divine revelation is delivered to us, upon which is founded sacred doctrine of Scripture. It is through the vehicle of that authority that the Word of God is delivered to us infallibly, but that authority to teach and rule the Church does not exist to change or alter that sacred doctrine and tradition received from the apostles. Thus it is that the same authority which declares, "But though we or an angel from heaven preach a gospel to you besides that which we have preached to you, let him be anathema." That's Galatians 1:8. That authority exists in the power of the keys which Christ handed over to the apostles and to St. Peter in its fullness, and is passed on to Peter's legitimate successors only to teach and hand on infallibly the divinely revealed truths in the Word of God which they received from the apostles, and to rule according to the law of God set forth in the Scripture and tradition. Thus it is taught by the First Vatican Council in Pastor Aeternus, chapter 4, number 6, I quote, "For the Holy Spirit was not promised to the successors of Peter, not so that they might, by his revelation, make known some new doctrine, but that by his assistance they might religiously guard and faithfully expound the revelation or deposit of faith transmitted by the apostles." Unquote. From this it follows that the form of the pontificate can be seen in the Roman pontiff as visibly present in virtue of the orthodoxy of his profession of faith, as it has been formulated and expounded in the magisterial tradition of the Church. And if that orthodoxy of faith is lacking, then it can be plainly seen that the man occupying the papal throne is not a true and valid pope. Indeed, if he ever was a valid pope, he would fall immediately from the papacy because, as St. Robert Bellarmine explains, the total disposition for a man to retain the form of the pontificate is a sacramental character and faith, which is necessary simpliciter. With faith removed, the necessary disposition would simply not remain, because the total disposition was necessary simpliciter, and is already no longer total. Bellarmine concludes, "Hence those which have the uttermost disposition to destruction thereafter cease to be without any external power, as is evident. Therefore a heretic pope, without any other disposition, would cease by himself to be pope." Regardless of whether one believes Jorge Mario Bergoglio was ever a valid pope, or that he has fallen from office, it is manifestly evident that he is an incapable subject of the papacy because of his intransigent, obstinate, and manifestly evident heresy. He has been manifestly obstinate in the pertinacity of heresy even before his election by the cardinals in 2013. Bergoglio is a heretical usurper whose rebellion against God would destroy the Catholic Church if that were possible. It is not possible. But unless the pastors of the Church act resolutely and in a timely manner, we will soon see all bishops faithful to the apostolic tradition removed from their dioceses, and all cardinals orthodox in their Catholic faith deprived of their salaries and evicted from their lodgings in Rome. Holy and apostolic Rome will become a distant memory, and the prophetic words of Pope Leo XIII will be fulfilled in our time. His words in the long version of his prayer to St. Michael. "Behold the Church, the spouse of the Immaculate Lamb, filled with bitterness and inebriated with gall by the most crafty enemies, who have laid impious hands on all that is most sacred. Where the see of the most blessed Peter and the chair of the truth was constituted as the light of the nations, there they have set up the throne of their abominable impiety. so that the shepherd being struck, the sheep may be dispersed.
Thank you so much, Father Kramer. I hope you will all have some good questions for him during our question and answer round table.
Well, can I ask you what time will be the question and answer?
It looks like 12:15 Pacific.
12. Okay.
I would like to take a moment to show you the book that volume 2 that Father Kramer referred to. This is available on Amazon, On the True and False Pope, The Case Against Bergoglio. It's quite a wonderful tome. Other resources you might be interested in include a shameless plug for my own book, The Third Secret of Fatima and the Synodal Church, Volume 1, Pope Benedict's Resignation. And I would also like to mention At the Heart of Ratzinger, He is the Pope, Not the Other, by Enrico Maria Reidali. You might know him. He was a protege of Romano, I always forget his name, Americo Romano, who wrote Iota Unum. Traditional Catholics will be familiar with that book. And the foreword is written by Rene Henry Gracida, the Bishop of Corpus Christi, Texas, who is 100 years old. So this is the English version. There's also an Italian version. We are going to take a break now. We're going to pick up in 10 minutes at 10:45 Pacific with Anne Barnhardt. So I will see you then. Welcome back, everyone. It's a pleasure to be with you all today, and it's a distinct pleasure for me to introduce my friend, Miss Anne Barnhardt. Miss Anne Barnhardt is the quadfecta, an unlettered spinster, her words, not mine, laywoman, convert, happily ensconced in her van down by the creek. She describes herself as, quote, just a young kid living the dream. She attends Mass daily in the venerable rite of Gregory the Great, distributes ivermectin to the sick, and in her spare time wages war against the anti-pope, the anti-church, and all of the enemies of Christ, both seen and unseen. Her blog is barnhardt.biz, and her dulcet tones can be heard on the Barnhardt podcast. In fact, you may even find Dr. Mazza there from time to time. Without further ado, Anne Barnhardt.
Oh, thank you so much for that lovely introduction, Dr. Ed. It's a real pleasure to be here. Thank you for inviting me. Let's get right into it, folks. Good morning, first of all, to one and all. And thank you in particular, Dr. Mazza, for putting on this conference and for very kindly inviting me to speak. I'd also like to personally thank you, Dr. Mazza, for doing such a wonderful job over these past years on this glorious battlefield as we fight this war against the enemies of Jesus Christ and his Holy Catholic Church. Your diligence on the academic research side, coupled with your genuine affability, has brought countless people worldwide to the truth of the current anti-papacy. May God reward you for all you have done and for all that you continue to do in service to the one holy Catholic and Apostolic Church and to the See of Peter. Dr. Mazza has asked me to structure my talk in two parts. The first is a very brief review of the events of February of 2013 with regards to canon law, which most of the audience today should be familiar with, followed by a short discussion on the moral and tactical landscape of today and how faithful Catholics, from unlettered lay-nothing spinsters all the way up to cardinal princes of the church, should be fighting to defend the mystical body and bride of Christ on earth, and especially the Petrine See, vacant now these 343 days and counting, tragically. Please remember that I now have close to 7 hours of video lecture in 3 presentations recorded in 2018, 19, and just 2 months ago in October of 2023 available, which cover Pope Benedict's words and the canon law exhaustively, plus a whole lot more. Let's begin. On the morning of February 11, 2013, Pope Benedict announced during a consistory of cardinals his intention to quit the active ministry of the governance of the church, and that the College of Cardinals should convene and choose a man to be his quote-unquote successor in the active governance of the church. At the time, only a handful of people in the room had any idea what was said, because almost none of the cardinal princes of the church, much less bishops, priests, and religious today, speak or even understand Latin. Here are Pope Benedict's words in faithful, precise, and accurate English translation. Quote, I have convoked you to this consistory, not only for the 3 canonizations, but also to communicate to you a decision of great importance for the life of the church. After having repeatedly examined my conscience before God, I have come to the certainty that my strengths, due to an advanced age, are no longer suited to an adequate exercise of the Petrine ministry. I am well aware that this office, due to its essential spiritual nature, must be carried out not only with words and deeds, but no less with prayer and suffering. Note how Pope Benedict from the very beginning went to great pains to tease out the difference between the office, which involves a state of being, with the ministry, those optional contingent activities derived from the office, specifically the words and deeds as distinct from the prayer and suffering. He goes on. However, in today's world, subject to so many rapid changes and shaken by questions of deep relevance for the life of faith, in order to govern the bark of St. Peter and proclaim the gospel, both strength of mind and body are necessary. Strength, which in the last few months has deteriorated in me to the extent that I have had to recognize my incapacity to adequately fulfill the ministry entrusted to me. Govern. He has explicitly stated that he is referring only to the ministry of the governance of the church. The massive problem here is that the papacy contains many ministerial components, with governance being only one of them. Governing, teaching, presiding, adjudicating, and confirming the brethren being just a few. Proffering a resignation of the ministry of the governance of the church would be akin to Nixon, after waxing prosaic on the roles of the President of the United States, proffering a resignation from further serving as Commander-in-Chief of the United States Armed Forces, but never saying that he resigned the office of the presidency, and then continuing to live and work in the White House. We see how utterly ridiculous and impossible this is. In fact, this defect has a name in canon law: substantial error. Any resignation proffered in substantial error is invalid by the law itself. The text of Canon 188 is: a resignation made out of grave fear that is inflicted unjustly or out of malice, substantial error, or simony is invalid by the law itself. Pope Benedict concluded, for this reason, and well aware of the seriousness of this act, with full freedom I declare that I renounce the ministry of Bishop of Rome, successor of St. Peter, entrusted to me by the cardinals on 19 April 2005, in such a way that as from 28 February 2013 at 2000 hours, the See of Rome, the See of St. Peter, will be vacant, and a conclave to elect the new Supreme Pontiff will have to be convoked by those whose competence it is. Here we see that Pope Benedict went to great pains to only resign the ministry of the Bishop of Rome, clearly referencing his precision above about the ministry of the governance of the church, as opposed to the office in its entirety. He also violated Canon 332.2, a canon which pertains specifically to papal resignations. Canon 332.2 reads, if it happens that the Roman pontiff resigns his office, the word in Latin is munus, it is required for validity that the resignation is made freely and properly manifested, but not that it is accepted by anyone. Immediately, we see two massive problems. First, Pope Benedict never resigned the office. The only reference to the office of the papacy in his statement was the sentence in which he very clearly expressed that the office was comprised of two main categories of ministry: the active governance of the church and prayer and suffering. Second, we have the proper manifestation clause of Canon 332.2. The very fact that we are sitting here today, nearly 11 years later, discussing Pope Benedict's failed attempted partial abdication, and that an ever-growing percentage of faithful believing Catholics think that Pope Benedict's resignation was extremely suspect at best, proves in and of itself that his attempted partial resignation was not properly manifested. As if this weren't enough, the complete lack of proper manifestation continued daily, completely visible in the public eye, until Pope Benedict's death, as he wore the papal white, continued to use his papal name and style, His Holiness Pope Benedict XVI, and even in his consistent granting of the apostolic blessing, the blessing of the Pope, using the first person possessive adjective my. I give you my apostolic blessing. Canon 332.2 also reiterates in no uncertain terms that neither the College of Cardinals nor anyone else adjudicates a papal resignation. Papal resignations are adjudicated solely by canon law, of which Christ Almighty himself is the guarantor and indisputable authority, as he stated in the Holy Gospels in Matthew 18:18. Amen, I say to you, whatsoever you shall bind upon earth shall be bound also in heaven, and whatsoever you shall loose upon earth shall be loosed also in heaven. As if this weren't enough, we also have Pope Benedict's words from his final audience in St. Peter's Square on February 27, 2013, which recapitulate in even more explicit language everything covered above. The always is also a forever. Here begins Pope Benedict's quote. The always is also a forever. There can no longer be a return to the private sphere. My decision to resign the active exercise of the ministry. I'm going to repeat that, folks. My decision to resign the active exercise of the ministry does not revoke this. I do not return to private life, to a life of travel, meetings, receptions, conferences, and so on. I am not abandoning the cross, but remaining in a new way at the side of the crucified Lord. I no longer bear the power of office for the governance of the church. Again, folks, I'm going to repeat that. I no longer bear the power of office for the governance of the church, but in the service of prayer, I remain, so to speak, again, but in the service of prayer, I remain, so to speak, in the enclosure of St. Peter. St. Benedict, whose name I bear, present tense, bear as Pope, will be a great example for me in this. He showed us the way for a life which, whether active or passive, is completely given over to the work of God. Folks, beware of anyone who tries to gaslight you into believing that words mean the opposite of their plain sense. Remember the words of our blessed Lord in Matthew 5:37. But let your speech be yea, yea, no, no. And that which is over and above these is of evil. The chaos and concurrent ascendancy of the anti-church and secular evil over the past nearly 11 years is a testament to not only Pope Benedict's catastrophic failed attempt to flee, but also to the blindness at best and the Luciferian malignancy at worst of those who would have the world believe that yea means no or that remain means leave. Because Pope Benedict's substantially erroneous attempted partial abdication was invalid by the law itself, the Petrine See remained occupied until Pope Benedict's death 343 days ago. Therefore, there was no conclave in March of 2013 by logical, canonical, ontological definition. Here is Canon 359. When the apostolic see is vacant, the College of Cardinals possess only that power in the church which is attributed to it in special law. It is not possible for a valid conclave to be called while the Petrine See is occupied, whether the occupant likes it or not. Such was the unprecedented nature of the events of February and March of 2013. It is absolutely essential that the full truth, down to the very root, be accurately identified. Jorge Mario Bergoglio isn't the Pope because there was no valid conclave in March of 2013 because Pope Benedict never validly resigned. Absolutely everything that has happened over the past nearly 11 years is a direct corollary and visible manifestation of that base reality. Now, let's turn to the situation on the ground in the church militant today. As I was preparing this talk, it occurred to me that what we're dealing with is quite possibly the best example of the generational spirit of oppression over the baby boomer generation. Almost every cardinal and bishop today is a member of the so-called baby boomer generation. That is people born after World War II from 1946 to 1964. In the post-Christian West today, the hallmark of the baby boomers was and is their tendency towards selfishness and indifference, particularly toward their own children. Bishops and cardinals are called to be super fathers, but what we see among prelates today is exactly the same trend we see in the broad culture. Adults who are spending their golden years squandering their estates, completely detached from their children and grandchildren, living it up, intentionally burning money so as not to leave an inheritance, watching with seeming bored indifference as their children, grandchildren, and now great-grandchildren have to fend for themselves with no assistance, even though the ability to assist still exists. Watching as crushing debt, taxation, insurance, inflation, and tyranny grind their children and grandchildren to powder. Is this not exactly what we see among the few remaining believing Catholic prelates today? Do we not see a cadre of men simply running out the clock, doing everything they can to maintain their own estates which they apparently think they earned and are entitled to until their death, seemingly as their one and only priority? Do we not see men completely content to watch the anti-church burn their children's and grandchildren's futures to ash, openly whining that there's nothing we can do to help you, and even worse, openly declaring that they have absolutely no intention to fight to defend their children, but that is up to future generations to fix this? but only after they are dead, lest any of them be made to suffer. Never before in the history of Christendom have men considered leaving a rich estate to their heirs to be foolish and failure, inverting Proverbs 13:22. The good man leaveth heirs, sons and grandsons. They present a litany of excuses for their inaction in the face of the Bergoglian anti-papacy, that the situation is unprecedented and therefore impossible to fix. They seem to forget that God gave them intellects and even fortified those intellects with the sacrament of confirmation, specifically the gift of counsel. That is, being able to quickly and accurately size up a situation, especially unprecedented situations such as the Bergoglian anti-papacy, and formulate and execute a proper response. One can pore over St. Robert Bellarmine until the cows come home, but you will never find a single word about a validly reigning pope attempting to half quit and bifurcate the papacy. You won't find anything, because St. Robert Bellarmine, nor any other saint or doctor of the church, ever contemplated such a thing. It is up to us to use our brains, think this through, and not sit in the corner, paralyzed, waiting to die so that someone else has to deal with it. God put us here in this time, not St. Robert Bellarmine, not St. Catherine of Siena. No, the unsearchable divine providence, which is, remember, always perfect, put us here. And so it falls to us to figure this out and fix it. The figuring out is done. All that is left is the fixing, and it falls to churchmen with genuine ecclesiastical authority to do that. And may God have mercy on them if they fail to do their duty. There is always a path forward, and everyone can pitch in on the battlefield. God would never give us an impossible problem or a catch-22. Everything he permits to happen is an opportunity for us to advance in sanctity if only we will avail ourselves of the opportunity. Prelates are the flag officers of the church, and they must ultimately lead, even if there are only one or two left who aren't traitors or AWOL. But we enlisted grunts can contribute too. In fact, by our bravery and courage, we can edify and inspire the flag officers. We can give the flag officers the tactical flexibility that they need. How do we do that? Obviously, we must continue in prayer and fasting, as it is from prayer and fasting that we receive the graces which fuel our actions on the battlefield. Very simply put, we must proclaim the truth. Just say it. Bergoglio is an anti-pope. Pope Benedict never validly resigned. 9 simple words. The simple, obvious, unvarnished truth. It all begins there. The truth must be proclaimed and not prefaced with ridiculous disclaimers and hedging. No legalistic weasel words. No maybe yes, maybe no garbage. No false humility evasion. What did Peter say when our Lord asked, "Who do you say that I am?" Did Peter hedge? Did Peter give some unctuous speech on how he just couldn't possibly say, due to his dazzling epistemic humility, and that he would have to, of course, go to the temple and ask the Sanhedrin, men he knew to be deeply corrupt and the literal enemies of Christ? Did Peter say that the question of our Lord's divinity was something that could only be determined by future generations? That our Lord's divinity was unknowable in real time? Did Peter say, look, I think you're probably the Messiah, but if I say that, I'm ruined. So let's just not talk about that and focus on following the commandments and being good Jews? Did Peter say, does it really matter? Does the world even need a Messiah? Doesn't this Messiah thing just cause far more problems than it's worth in today's world? No. Peter said, "Thou art the Christ, the Son of the living God." He spoke the truth plainly and bluntly. And in this act of bold, clear, public witness to the truth, rooted in faith, Peter, not James, Andrew, or John, Peter and Peter's successors through time, was chosen by our blessed Lord to be the rock upon which he would build his church. And given the supernatural negative protection of infallibility as formally, dogmatically defined in preparation for us in these days by Vatican I and Pope Pius IX. There's a wonderful saying, the truth is like a lion. Just turn it loose and it will take care of itself. This is exactly what needs to happen today in order to get the ball rolling. Faithful Catholics need to stop cowering in fear of the anti-pope and the anti-church. If people refuse to be silent and start crying out with 100,000 voices, as St. Catherine of Siena proverbially said, this would be the loosing of the lion. The words of Isaiah 55:11, coupled with St. John's proclamation of our Lord as the Logos, the Word, in the first verse of his gospel, would be manifest before the eyes of the world. So shall my word be, which shall go forth from my mouth. It shall not return to me void, but it shall do whatsoever I please, and shall prosper in all things for which I send it. Every time someone says in our presence, Pope Francis, we should charitably correct them every single time. Many of us are already somewhat in practice of this as we correct people who refer to transvestites by their drag names and opposite sex pronouns. We must refuse to go along with the lie of the Bergoglian anti-papacy. We must put Jesus Christ, who is the truth, above all human respect. St. Joan of Arc said, act and God will act. God is waiting patiently for all of us, from lay spinsters to cardinal princes of the church, to act. And the first act, the act that leads to all other acts, is the proclamation of the truth. And the truth is a person, the second person of the Most Holy Trinity. With most of the problems we face in life, we create them both by what we have done and what we have failed to do. But we're also able to fix them, or at least cooperate in fixing them. We know from the sacrament of confession that the path forward to fixing and healing our messes is first to say it. We have to say the truth. Even though it is embarrassing and shameful in the moment, even though we might feel humiliated, even though we might be told to make restitution for the damage we have caused, we have to face reality. We have to say it. It is only in saying the truth that we can be set free. As long as we refuse to say the truth, chaos and scandal abounds. What a balm of relief it would be to faithful Catholics all over the world to hear from a group of prelates and cardinal princes of the church, to hear the truth. Jorge Mario Bergoglio is not and never was the Pope. Holding the Catholic faith and being in union with the Petrine See does not require that a person simultaneously hold obvious contradiction as truth, namely that an obvious observable apostate, the quintessence of the wolf our Lord described in the Good Shepherd Discourse, is simultaneously the principle of unity and standard of schism, and also the inverse, the wolf whom the sheep must identify and flee from. Being disabused of the disorientated belief that violating the law of non-contradiction suddenly became morally obligatory within the past decade would edify, not scandalize the faithful, and bring back those poor souls who have left or are close to leaving the church due to the unprecedented scandal of the Bergoglian anti-papacy. The truth liberates. The truth sets men free. Turning a blind eye and effeminately refusing to deal with reality. Oh, super nerd, I can't see the bottom of the slide there. Thank you. Turning a blind eye and effeminately refusing to deal with reality or speak the truth is what sets men in chains. When we proclaim the truth, we proclaim Christ, the Son of the living God. When you say that 2 + 2 = 4, you are proclaiming Christ. When you say that there are two sexes, determined at conception and immutable, when you say Bruce Jenner is a man, you are, believe it or not, proclaiming Christ. When you say Jorge Bergoglio is an anti-pope, Pope Benedict never validly resigned, you are proclaiming Christ, loosing the lion, instructing the ignorant, and counseling the doubtful, and giving God something to work with. You are kindling the fire of our Lord, as he said in Luke 12:49. I am come to cast fire on the earth, and what will I but that it be kindled? Folks, this wretched anti-papacy has been allowed to go on for far too long. We have a mountain of kindling. Let's get this fire started. Our Lord is waiting. St. Peter, St. Catherine of Siena, St. Vincent Ferrer, St. Bernard of Clairvaux, St. Robert Bellarmine, Blessed Karl of Austria, St. Philip Neri, St. Andrew, St. Benedict, St. Michael the Archangel, pray for us. Our Lady of Copacabana, pray for us. Lord Jesus Christ, have mercy on us and on your holy Catholic Church, your spotless and undefiled bride, outside of which there is no salvation. Thank you all, and God bless.
Thank you so much, Anne. Well,
Thank you.
folks, God bless you. We are going to take a 15-minute break. And since we're in the Advent season, and it's a penitential one, that means you're going to be listening to me next at 11:30 Pacific. I will see you then. Okay, welcome back, everyone. So happy that you could join us today. You know, the last time that I participated in a conference this close to Christmas, it was at the university where I taught for 14 years, Azusa Pacific University. It's actually a Protestant school. But anyway, they had a conference, an academic conference, but at the same time, they had a living nativity, a vivant tableau, as it were. They had shepherds, they had sheep, they had donkeys, and this upset some of my colleagues who were a little bit stiff-shirted, who didn't think that was appropriate for an academic conference. But it didn't bother me at all. In fact, I was rather happy to see the sheep and the donkeys, because I knew if I made a jackass of myself, I wouldn't be the only one. Let's hope I don't do that today. Well, let us begin with a pearl of wisdom from Archbishop Marcel Lefebvre. There are apparitions recognized by the See of Peter, Fatima, La Salette, that say that the devil will climb to the highest places in the church. I don't know if by the highest places in the church, that means the Secretariat of State and then stops there, or if it goes even farther, if it goes all the way to the Pope. I don't know. Maybe even to someone who says he's the Pope. I don't know. But, you know, this is something that isn't impossible. And theologians have studied this problem. The theologians have studied this problem to see if it's something that can happen. If a pope can perhaps be a heretic, and as a result, excommunicated from the church, and therefore all his acts become illegitimate and invalid. Our Lady of La Salette, he mentions La Salette, told the child seer Melanie, the church will be eclipsed, the world will be deranged by fear. The Abbé Combe, the editor of the 1906 edition of The Secret of Melanie, adds, I have it from Melanie that the church will be eclipsed in this sense. one will not know which is the true Pope. That is what Our Lady meant when she said that the church will be eclipsed, the world will be deranged by fear. The exact same phrase was repeated in a German journal, News Europa, published in 1963, claiming to be the authentic text of the third secret of Fatima. The church will be eclipsed, the world will be deranged by fear. The News Europa text received unofficial approval in the 1960s from several church officials who had read the original text of the third secret, like Cardinal Ottaviani, head of the Holy Office. The text continues. This will be a time of great trials for the church. Cardinals will oppose cardinals. Bishops will oppose bishops. Satan will walk in their ranks. Now, these exact same words, released in 1963, were repeated by Our Lady of Akita in 1973. So, if the News Europa text is false, so is the message of Akita. Vice versa. If Akita is true, so too the News Europa text. But let us focus on the phrase, one will not know which is the true Pope. In May of 2016, Archbishop Georg Ganswein, Pope Benedict's right hand, caregiver for years, shocked the world by his explanation of Benedict's declaration of resignation. Quote, he introduced the new institution of the Pope Emeritus, declaring his strengths were no longer sufficient to adequately exercise the munus petrinum. The key word in that declaratio is munus petrinum, translated as Petrine ministry. Before and after his resignation, Benedict understood and understands his task as a participation in such a Petrine ministry. He left the papal throne, and yet with the step of February 11th, 2013, he did not abandon this ministry at all. Instead, he has supplemented the personal office with a synodal dimension, almost a ministry in common, de facto an expanded ministry with an active member and a contemplative member. This is why Benedict XVI did not give up either his name or the white cassock. That is why the correct appellation with which to address him even today is Your Holiness. And why, moreover, he did not retire to an isolated monastery, but within the Vatican, as if he had only stepped sideways for a new stage in the history of the papacy. He has not abandoned the office of Peter, something entirely impossible for him after his irrevocable acceptance of the office in April 2005. He has not abandoned the office of Peter is disturbing. Canon law, Canon 332.2 states, If the Roman pontiff resigns his office, it is required for validity that the resignation is made freely and properly manifested. If the Roman pontiff resigns his office, to validly resign, a pope must abandon the office of Peter. When journalist and author Paul Bada interviewed Ganswein weeks after his speech, Ganswein doubled down. Now, we have had for 3 years 2 popes. And I have the impression that the reality that I perceive is covered by what I have said. And Bada asked him, if I understand you aright, he remained in the office, but in the contemplative part, without having any authority to decide. Thus, we have, as you said, now an active and a contemplative part which form together an enlargement of the munus Petrinum. That is what I have said, indeed. Now, let's turn to Benedict's own words to his friend, journalist Peter Seevold. Seevold is a slowdown in the ability to perform reason enough to climb down from the chair of Peter. Benedict, one can make that accusation, but it would be a functional misunderstanding. The follower of Peter is not merely bound to a function. The office enters into your very being. In this regard, fulfilling a function is not the only criterion. Seevold merely repeated the words of Benedict's own declaratio back to him, and Benedict calls it an accusation, a functional misunderstanding. Yes, anyone who reads Benedict's declaratio and concludes at face value that by giving up the active duties of a pope, Benedict ceased being papal, has not only misunderstood Benedict's intentions, but the Petrine ministry. Quote, the follower of Peter is not merely bound to a function, that is to say, the administration of the Roman See. Fulfilling a function is not the only criterion for being pope. Benedict adds, a number of bishops said, I am a father, and that I'll stay. Because you can't simply stop being a father. Stopping is a functionalization and secularization, something from the concept of public office that shouldn't apply to a bishop. I must reply, even a father's role stops. Of course, a father does not stop being a father, but he is relieved of concrete responsibility. He remains a father in a deep inward sense, in a particular relationship, which has responsibility, but not with day-to-day tasks as such. If he steps down, he remains in an inner sense within the responsibility he took on, but not in the function. What does Benedict mean? He remained inwardly in the responsibility of the papacy he took on in April 2005, but no longer in the function. Benedict calls Seevold's question an accusation, a functional misunderstanding. as if Seewald had missed the transcendent component of the Petrine munus by suggesting, whenever he is not actively leading the church, he is not papal. Benedict corrects him by saying that the office enters into your very being. It is an irrevocable, sacramental, ontological always. Benedict similarly criticized Luther for misunderstanding the difference between office as temporary jurisdiction or function and office as unending right or sacrament. For Luther, the priest does not transcend his role as preacher. The consequent restriction to the word alone had as its logical outcome the pure functionality of the priesthood. It consisted exclusively in a particular activity. If that activity was missing, the ministry itself ceased to exist. There was no further mention of priesthood, but only of office. The assignment of this office was in itself a secular act. Luther, in regard to the priesthood, and Seewald, in regard to the papacy, have made the functional mistake of thinking there is only an active ministry associated with a church office. Indeed, the church has been mistaken for centuries, teaching the papacy is exclusively an office of temporary jurisdiction. Quote, the most crucial event in the development of the Latin West was the increasing distinction between sacrament and jurisdiction, between liturgy and administration as such. This worked to the distortion and corruption of both church and theology, even to their inmost core. The separation of office as jurisdiction from office as right was continued for reasons of prestige and financial benefits. In giving up the office of jurisdiction, the administration of Rome and the universal church, Benedict was not parting with the office as right. To return to being Cardinal Ratzinger would have been tantamount to denying the interpenetration of the functional and the sacramental. Quote, both the sacrament and the ruling power interpenetrate one another, unquote, states Benedict. Thus, Benedict remained pope in the sense that a bishop remains a bishop even without a diocese to run. But this 1970s theology breaks with Catholic teaching, not just on the papacy, but on the bishops as well, as Peter Szabo approvingly writes. Medieval doctrine not only differentiated, but professed full separation of the following two realities. Only power of sacramental order derives from episcopal ordination, whereas the source of all forms of governing jurisdiction is exclusively the papal office. Jurisdictional power assumed a one-sided vertical character in the medieval ecclesiological model. This would be corrected only in the second half of the last century, thanks to the recognition that ecclesiastical power is in its entirety of sacramental origin. As Morsdorf emphasized after the council, quote, order and jurisdiction cannot be considered two separate powers, but complementary elements of the one ecclesiastical power. Governing power, jurisdiction, also derives from episcopal ordination. Well, when this is applied to the papacy, we get two popes, one active, one contemplative, because sacramental power can never be lost. As Carlo Vigano, professor, University of Roma III, explains, this theological conception, which, considering the This theological conception, which, considering the articulation between person and office to be superseded, insists on the sacramental foundation of the ministry and on the indelible bond of the sacrament with the mission. Applied to the Petrine ministry, this doctrine postulates a distinction between munus and ministry, makes the primacy a sort of personal charism, giving rise to inconsistencies or misunderstandings, such as the existence of two popes, even if one reigning and one emeritus. Against the prevailing juridical consideration of the canonists, who place the power of jurisdiction at the center of the papal figure as the origin of all others in the church, the conciliar theologians have countered with the primariness of the sacramental dimension of the episcopate, from which derive the other specific functions of the Bishop of Rome. Even Francis confirms Fantapié. Francis says, do I have the quote? I'll just read it to you. For some theologians, the papacy is a sacrament. The Germans are very creative in all these things. I don't believe that, but I think it's something very special, unquote. So, Benedict only intended to renounce the ministry of the bishop and not the Petrine munus per se. But if his communio theology is wrong, if the object of Ratzinger's renunciation, the ministry of the Bishop of Rome, was erroneously understood by him, then substantial error occurred. Professor John Beale writes, substantial error is a mistaken judgment which affects the essential elements of resignation, either the cause or motivation for resignation, or the nature of resignation and its consequences. Or Professor William Cahill, error invalidates the act if it is an error concerning the substance of the act. Error affects consent. for the will in an act of consent elects an object presented to it by the mind. If the mind is in error, the object is imperfectly or incorrectly presented. Canon 188 says a resignation made out of substantial error is invalid by the law itself. Benedict, believing he was retaining the Petrine office as right, while relinquishing the office as jurisdiction, would have erred essentially. Therefore, his resignation would be invalid, and he would remain the lawful pope, making the conclave that elected Francis null and void. Another objection: we can't read Ratzinger's mind. Quote, the church does not judge the internal forum, unquote. Well, yes and no. Yes, Benedict might have resigned out of pride or despair, or because he wanted to spend more time with his cat. These are his personal intentions to which the rest of humanity have no access. But we are not speaking about the finis cuius gratia opus fit, the end for which one does something, which is extrinsic to it, but the very finis operis, the intrinsic end of the work itself. In other words, not the subjective intention of the person, but the objective intention intrinsic to the very actions posited by the person. Now, in 1896, Pope Leo XIII declared Anglican orders invalid, partly due to defect of intention, even though, quote, the church does not judge about intention. It is something by its nature internal. But insofar as it is manifested externally, she is bound to judge concerning it. If the rite be changed with the manifest intention of introducing another rite, and of rejecting what the church does, what belongs to the nature of the sacrament, then not only is the necessary intention lacking to the sacrament, but the intention is adverse to and destructive of the sacrament. So it is possible to judge Benedict's objective intention from the words he used and his acts after stepping aside. If he deviated from the traditional expression of resignation, and if his words and acts contradict what belongs to the nature of resignation or the nature of the papacy, one can judge it to be invalid. Benedict, in his Declaratio, made his intention public when he said, quote, I am well aware that this munus, due to its essential spiritual nature, must be carried out not only with words and deeds, but no less with prayer and suffering. After resigning, he will continue the prayer and suffering, therefore, he continues the Petrine munus. The problem is that Canon 331 states a pope's power comes from making the munus uniquely his own. Quote, the bishop of the Roman Church, in whom continues the munus, given by the Lord uniquely to Peter, and to be transmitted to his successors, By virtue of his munus, he possesses supreme power. Benedict never renounced the munus, and so implicitly attempted to share it with the new bishop of Rome. But bifurcation of the papacy is neither canonically nor metaphysically possible. As Archbishop Vigano says, quote, "The co-presence of a renouncing pope and a reigning pope is in itself an element that leads us to believe that they, Benedict and Bergoglio, had a false concept of the essence of the papacy. A false concept of the essence, the substance of the papacy, considered to be a role that can be shared. There cannot be a pope who dedicates himself to the ministry of prayer and another one who governs. Christ is one. There is only one successor of Peter. A body with two heads is a monstrum that is repugnant to nature. As Cardinal Louis Billot explains, a resignation means there is nothing of the papacy remaining in him who resigns. Quote, "There is absolutely no doubt that pontifical power in the line of Peter can come to an end. The effect of human election always depends on the free consent of the elected, and no less depends on the second, third instant than on the first. Just as this person first began to be legitimate when he accepted his election as supreme pontiff, so he ceases to be the supreme pontiff as soon as, by resignation, he destroys the effect of the election in himself. It plainly follows from the very fact of abdication that he is free of the pontificate." Unquote. What can we say to sum up what Joseph Ratzinger, Pope Benedict XVI, did? Is a slowdown in the ability to perform, as he said in his Declaratio, reason enough to climb down from the chair of Peter. Remember his response. That's an accusation. That's a functional misunderstanding. The Pope, the follower of Peter, is not merely bound to a function. The office enters into your very being. That's not what Cardinal Billot said. In this regard, fulfilling a function is not the only criterion for being a pope. But what does that mean? That means you can resign from the function and still be pope. Thank you for your kind attention. Again, Advent being a penitential season, when we get back from lunch, I will be giving a second address. But before we go to lunch, we are going to have our question and answer round table. We'll take a 15-minute break right now. But when we get back, we will have a half-hour Q&A, and Barnhardt, Father Paul Kramer, and yours truly. See you in a few minutes.
Alrighty, I assembled a list of, I think it's 16 questions that came in via email actually 17 questions that came in via email and also SMS. The first question I want to address real quick. Yes, I'm going to put in the notes for this video after it's done recording. I'm going to put the links to all the books that Father Kramer mentioned, as well as any books that anybody else mentions or relevant links. That's all going to be in the summary notes once the session is completely over.
Thank you.
And I might have to pull some of these aside, and if Father Kramer rejoins us, then he could answer this.
Right.
Or do you want to take a shot at this one here?
Oh yeah, that's easy.
Take it away, Anne.
Okay, so the question, there he is. So the question is, yeah, Father's back. If a priest recognizes this time as interregnum, how does he pray the canon during the consecration differently? Well, at the Te Igitur, you just skip the phrase where it says the Pope. You just skip it. It's very simple.
During the consecration, during the canon of the Mass, when there is no Pope, that prayer is simply omitted. Yes, that's the rubric.
Not the entirety of the Te Igitur, just that one phrase. So it's the Te Igitur, da, 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 da. You don't say anything with regards to the Pope because there isn't one, and then you pray for the local ordinary, the local bishop.
Oremus et pro Papa Nostro, that part we leave out. We just don't mention. We pray also for our Pope. We leave that out.
Very simple.
Okay, next question. Why did Benedict XVI say to Seawall that he was the first pope to resign in the past 1,000 years? Was he completely aware of his actions then?
Yes, he was. He explained himself. Now, he knew perfectly well that there were popes who abdicated. The Pope Gregory XII had abdicated, and that was only several hundred years earlier. His reference was to Pope Benedict VIII, if I remember correctly. Benedict VIII did not resign. He did not renounce the office. He did not abdicate. He, like Pope Benedict XVI, he stepped aside from his ministry. There was an antipope at the time. There were two claimants, and Benedict VIII allowed the emperor at the time to intervene, who in fact ruled in favor of Benedict, and then he resumed his exercise of his papal munus, the ministry. He resumed his ministry. He never resigned. He never abdicated from his munus. He stepped back from the exercise of his ministry, and then resumed his ministry after the controversy between the Pope and the anti-Pope were resolved through the intervention of the emperor. So he was referring to that case.
Wow. That's compelling. My goodness.
Yes, that appears in what he mentions. He explains the matter in one of his interviews. That's why I'm saying this is not my personal interpretation. He actually explains that. He doesn't mention the name of the Pope, but if you look up the historical example, the one he's referring to it can only be that one and no other.
Okay, Dr. Mazza, anything to add?
Nothing to add.
Next question. Given that Bergoglio is not and cannot be the Pope, then what is the status of every cardinal and bishop elevated since Bergoglio assumed the occupancy of the throne of Peter?
That is a question that will have to be resolved by the next Pope. Since he is not a valid Pope, the men he nominates as cardinal names to be cardinals, he elevates to the cardinalate, are not valid cardinals of the Roman Church, because only the true bishop of Rome can create cardinals of the Roman Church. Bishops, if they are Catholic bishops, if they are not of the synodalist heresy, openly in rebellion of the Catholic faith, they would have a de facto supply jurisdiction in virtue of the principle of natural equity. And this has existed down through the history of the church. There have been times when the bishops have come into office and exercised jurisdiction when they could not be nominated by the Pope. They could not be appointed by the Pope. There was a time when Ireland was so cut off from Rome that the church had to function as if there were no Pope. Yet they admitted that there was a Pope, and they were in submission to the Pope. But there could be, the communication lines were such that they had to function independently. And yet the church upholds that the bishops were true bishops, and they had true jurisdiction. That jurisdiction is already explained by medieval canonists in virtue of the principle of natural equity, that basically that because God has commanded the church to exercise the ministry, he cannot refuse to give them the jurisdiction that the ministry requires. So in virtue of that principle of natural equity, in justice, God could not hold back the faculty and jurisdiction for them to do what he commanded them to do. So it is in virtue of natural equity, already explained as early as the 12th century, the 12th and 13th century. The 12th century canonists already explained this principle, and it would be in virtue of that principle.
This is an opportune time also to bring up the concept of ecclesia supplet, which means the church supplies jurisdiction in states of emergency exception. The thing that you have to remember about ecclesia supplet is that it can never, ever be used to do something evil or malicious. And where it gets very sticky with Bergoglio is that so much of what he has done has in fact been malicious. So even if you argued that the cardinalcy, for example, could be grandfathered in, and I think that there were historical precedents, in the medieval period, during those periods of controversies, where cardinals were grandfathered in. But remember, these were political squabbles, and the men who were given hats, it wasn't an act of malice against Jesus Christ and his holy church. Giving Tucho Fernandez a hat is clearly an act of malice against Jesus Christ and his holy church. And so ecclesia supplet cannot be used to sanate actions of Bergoglio that are malicious like this. But I believe that ecclesia supplet would apply to things like laicizations, the laicization of McCarrick. Okay. Yes, the church supplied jurisdiction for the laicization of McCarrick because that obviously needed to happen, and that was justice. But so much of what Bergoglio has done is so evil that it's, yes, grown adult men are going to have to sit down around a table and have very, very serious conversations about so much of this, which is why time is of the essence. And every day that goes by is just a lost opportunity, and it causes things to get worse and worse and worse and more difficult. Imagine if this had been addressed within the first weeks or months of the usurpation in 2013. All of this stuff that has happened now wouldn't have to be, it would never have happened. It would never have to be dealt with. This is what happens when you don't deal with problems. They snowball and they get worse and worse. And the problem is that the leadership in the church right now thinks that the solution to all of this is to sit by and do nothing. And that is the exact opposite. That's the worst possible course of action. Just playing prevent defense and running the clock out. That's how you lose the football game. Not that the Holy Church could ever be completely destroyed, but obviously the damage that's being done is unfathomable.
Dr. Mazza?
I agree entirely. That's very well stated. The church, in fact, that principle that the church does supply, it is invoked by canonists in such situations, and we would have to also consider the uniqueness of the situation and to arrive at a conclusion. The expert canonists and theologians tell us that in such cases where there is no clear-cut answer in canon law, we have to consult history and right reason to arrive at the answer.
Precisely.
Okay, I'll go to the next question then. How would the procedure begin with the few faithful cardinals or bishops making the formal public declaration that Jorge Mario Bergoglio is no longer Catholic and subsequently not a valid pope? How does that procedure begin, and what can we lay people do to help facilitate that process?
Call a press conference, or not even that. Get them together in a room. Somebody takes out their smartphone, takes a video of it, and uploads it onto the internet. It's the easiest thing in the world. That's why I have frequently said that this could all be solved by the time we all sit down for dinner tonight. And it could. That's all it would take to get the ball rolling.
Ballerini answers that question. He says it would not even need to be a general council. It could be a Roman synod that could, the Roman Church, the Roman synod, a Roman synod could issue the declaration, because that is how a removal is brought about. It's not a question of physical removal, calling security, because if the usurper is in control of the security forces, obviously there's no way that you can remove him kicking and screaming. But the declaration canonically affects the removal, insofar as he is not holding office, but the declaration by a Roman synod would make it clear to the faithful of the world that the church is not recognizing this man as Pope anymore.
I'm glad that you said that, Father, because one of the points that I thought about putting in my talk, but didn't for brevity's sake, is, if all of the great saints and doctors of the church, if they were to miraculously roll in to today, 2023, and have no idea of anything that was going on, and we sat down and explained it to them and showed them everything and showed them what had gone on for the past 10 years, I'm absolutely convinced, and I'm not being facetious, that the first thing that they would ask us, Bellarmine, St. Catherine, all of them, they would say, where is your army and when are you invading? And again, that's not comedy. So the kicking and screaming aspect, it's I don't want to paint it as if that's completely off the table, because in a certain sense, and certainly looking at history, and Dr. Mazza can speak to this, looking at history, there have been times when these anti-papacies and controversies and so on and so forth have occurred, and there have been military, not so much law enforcement, but military dynamics that took place. And today we laugh that off. And yes, I'm not sitting here advocating for that sort of violence or anything. It's just, in the world of 2023, that practically speaking is not going to happen. But historically, things like that have happened. And I believe that the saints would be appalled at our lack of action and our lack of dynamism and virility in terms of solving this problem. Dr. Mazza, can you give us some examples of when Rome was invaded and things like that?
Well, I'm glad you should mention that question, because on January 15th, I'm going to be doing a 3-hour seminar. Folks can go to edmund.to, and I will cover some of those military interventions. Now, I'm not saying that it was right, but King Philip the Beautiful, or Philip the Handsome, actually sent his guys to kidnap Pope Boniface VIII, and they roughed him up. He died 2 weeks later. Again, not advocating that, but these things have been known to happen. And so I'm going to get some more details on that. But I would have to think now that Milei, is that how you say his name, is now the new head of Argentina, I would think that Bergoglio and his pals are a little worried, a little nervous about what they might have to face. Because
well, he's never gone back for a very good reason.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'll just leave it at that. I think that God is in charge of these things, and providence will take its course.
Saint Vincent of Lerins, I don't remember the verbatim quotation, but he mentions the Arian heresy when something like a fog, I think he used the term, a fog enveloped the heads of the episcopacy, the bishops, and they seemed to be not cognizant of the fact that the Arian bishops were heretics and outside of the church. And we've seen the same thing in our own time, that the heads of the bishops are in a fog. And many of them just seem to be oblivious to the heresy of Jorge Bergoglio, or else if they're aware of his heresy, they seem to think it's not really that big of a deal. And if you look through the doctrine of the church down through the centuries, heresy was such a disqualifying factor for the papacy. We go back to St. Columban, who wrote to Pope Boniface IV, and he said he dismisses this idea that it's just a rumor, and he's sure it's just a rumor about the Pope falling into heresy. But then he adds that if I should find that this is true, then you would not be the head anymore. So we're going back to the 7th century there. I mean, they knew way back then that if the Pope is a heretic, he's not a Pope. And that's what Pope Innocent III taught. And this was not just this is not one of the books that he wrote, but this is exercising his authentic magisterium. He's in his primatial see in his papal cathedral, preaching on on papal heresy. This is the only papal teaching we have on papal heresy, where he himself says that such a one is already judged by God. He's to be driven out and trampled underfoot by men. What do we need to add to that? It was only expressed more systematically by others later on, notably St. Robert Bellarmine, Pietro Ballerini, St. Alphonsus Liguori, Pope Gregory XVI, and some others. And if a man is a heretic, he's public. If he's a public heretic, he is not the Pope. He is what St. Alphonsus Liguori calls an incapable subject, soggetto inabile. And others have used the same term, like before St. Alphonsus, even Francesco Bordoni said that a heretic is an incapable subject of the papacy. The bishops need to understand this. The gravity of what is papal heresy, that it disqualifies a man from the office. It makes him incapable of holding the papal munus.
We've sort of answered this question already, talking about Ecclesia Supplet and what an anti-pope can do. But if a new conclave were called to fill the interregnum following Benedict's death, who's even allowed to take part in it and vote?
UDG specifically says it's only cardinals. So any attempts to go back and claim that the people of Rome can get together at the airport and elect a pope, first, it's patently ridiculous, and second of all, UDG promulgated by JP2 specifically says that it has to be cardinals. And so again, the longer we delay in this, the worse it gets. There are still a few cardinals left, But if we let this go, and heaven forfend that we let this go into a second anti-papacy, and there's anti-Pope Tucho Fernandez, and that goes on and on. The ramifications of that are horrifying. But as the law stands now, it's cardinals.
It gets more complicated as the problem is as the can is kicked down the road. But there is a solution, and we look to history and we see the solution. The law was in place that only cardinals can elect the Pope at the time of the Council of Constance. But there was a problem there that you had three men claiming to be popes, and men who were named cardinals by three competing claimants to the papacy, and there was no agreement on who could possibly be elected pope. And so they reached the compromise, and the cardinals who were allowed. It was the council that decided which cardinals from which group would be allowed, and all the parties agreed on who would be the electors for the next pope, and they elected Pope Martin V. The theological explanation for that is given by Pope Gregory XVI, which is that when a papal rule breaks down, we have the monarchical papal rule. Of course, you have the monarchical papal rule, of course, which put Universi Dominici Gregis enacted it into law. When that monarchical rule breaks down and it's not possible for those laws to be effectively applied in a case where it's impossible, then, as Pope Gregory XVI explains, the Church reverts from monarchical rule to a more primitive form of rule, which would be aristocratic rule, which is the ruling of the princes, the bishops. And it is at a time when papal rule breaks down and papal legislation becomes unenforceable, then it is a council, an ecumenical council of the bishops who would be able to validly gather and sort out the question and elect a new pope in the event that they recognize that the man on the throne of Peter is an anti-pope. He's a heretic. He's a false pope. He was never validly elected. The Church has the right to make a determination as to whether the man who claims to be pope is a true pope or not. And if the determination is that he is not a valid pope, then Pope Gregory explains that by means of a council, they may elect a true successor of St. Peter.
Now that it's obvious that Bergoglio is a manifest heretic and anti-pope and leading the false church, are masses said by priests who declare him as pope in the canon of the mass valid and licit?
They're valid. They're absolutely valid.
The mass itself is licit and valid. It is not licit that they make the mention of the false pope, but it has happened before many times in history that when there are rival claimants to the throne of Peter, priests have celebrated mass and they by mistake named the wrong pope. That is certainly valid. When you have matter and form, you have the intention to do what the Church does, and you have a priest who is validly ordained celebrating the mass, it's a valid mass, regardless of what name he fills in the blank in the canon of the mass.
St. Vincent Ferrer is the perfect exemplar of this. He backed mistakenly the wrong man for a period of some years, and St. Catherine of Siena was on the other side. She was advocating for the true pope, and St. Vincent Ferrer was mistaken. He was commemorating the wrong man at the Te Igitur and was still performing miracles, including levitations. So St. Vincent, that's why I include him frequently in my little litany of prayers after an essay or after a speech like this, is because he in a special way has empathy for all of the people out there who are, in fact, mistakenly commemorating the wrong man in the canon of the Mass. And I think that he probably has a very special soft spot in his heart and will pray especially hard for all the priests who are still currently commemorating the wrong man at the Theater.
It has happened before. There was a greater number of cardinals elected Anacletus II, who was an antipope, and Anacletus took possession of the papal residence in the Lateran Basilica. The true pope was Innocent II, and he had to flee from Rome and live in exile. Yet he was the true pope, and with the majority of cardinals electing the antipope, many priests were naming the wrong man as pope. Rightly or wrongly, he was suspected of heresy, rightly or wrongly, but the priest who named Anacletus in the Mass celebrated valid Masses. And it was licit for them to celebrate Mass, but they were simply mistaken on the identity of the Pope.
That's right.
I'd like to send a warning shout out to people. You know, Bergoglio was chosen, lobbied by the St. Gallen Mafia. Many would argue in violation of UDG. It is foolish in the extreme to not expect a succession plan to be put in place by these guys. There was a kind of a trial balloon a few weeks ago that the conclave would have individuals, not cardinals, lay people, that was shot down. But he now has lay people in the Synod. So what would make anybody think that he wouldn't go to that degree? He may have also appointed cardinals in pectore, and also is working on changes to John Paul II's UDG. So I think what this panel is saying is absolutely urgent. We need to move quickly because he has never played by the rules. The right. St. Gallen Mafia and the modernists will not for a minute relinquish this chair of Peter without a full-throated fight. So, you know, this is a warning shot to the cardinals who think they can wait out this game. If they don't know what they're dealing with after 11 years, then they don't belong in their prominent positions. I am very concerned that there are all sorts of machinations being played out behind the scenes for the successor of Bergoglio.
Absolutely.
The state of the church is like the old Western films where the doctor is called in, and the famous line is, "It's going to get worse before it gets better."
Yeah, that's right.
And that will take place. But Bergoglio speaks of the God of surprises, and the God of surprises has a surprise for him and his game, because St. Robert Bellarmine explains that Jesus Christ is the invisible head of the church. He is the head. And if we could see him, we would see him directing and taking in charge of his church. He's allowing this to take place, but he's there. He's there, and he will act in due time. And when he does, the God of surprises is going to have a surprise, a big surprise for the Bergoglio gang, because there's going to be a true pope who's going to restore the church's traditions, the dogmas, the discipline, the order in the church, and the heretics will be driven out.
Aslan is a good lion, but he's not a tame lion.
Dr. Ed, so we have 5 more minutes in this Q&A session, and I want to hit this question real quick. We're not going to get through the 16 questions in this session, but there is another Q&A session later. Would a young man or young woman be in schism for entering religious communities at this point who pledge their allegiance to Bergoglio, especially if they know him to be an anti-pope and still enter that community?
Well, I know for a fact that this is happening with both young men and young women. So, boy, Father, I'll defer to you on that.
The definition, of course, of schism is for one not to be in communion with the successor of Saint Peter. If one knows that Bergoglio is not the Pope, then it is morally not licit to pledge one's allegiance to one that is known to be an antipope and a heretic. So we would have to look for them to look for divine providence to provide for their vocation in some other way. In time, it won't be a long time, so it will not be a very long time. This irregular situation in the church is going to be sorted out soon enough. God has been very patient, but his patience doesn't last forever. He, as is in the scripture, when God created the world, the earth was covered with water, but then he made a line of demarcation beyond which the waters may not pass, and they will not be allowed to sink the ship of Peter. So the time is drawing to a close. Padre Pio, Saint Pio of Pietrelcina, around 1962, I think it was 1962, a group of pilgrims asked him about the triumph of Our Lady. The question was, will any of us here live to see the triumph of Our Lady? And he said, no, you won't, I won't. And he pointed to a group of children about 10 years old, which would mean they were born around 1952. And he said, but they will live to see the triumph. So it is not young men and women who want to enter the religious life or those who want to enter the seminary. They should not despair of their vocations, because it won't be much longer. The opportunity will be given to them. And when it is given to them, they will have Catholic seminaries. They won't have heretical seminaries and religious life that is not building virtue, but corrupting and turning good vocations into images of the devil. St. Alphonsus Liguori speaks of boys in the seminary who they were pious boys sent into the seminary, and when they came home for their vacation time, the parents said that their sons were transformed like little devils. Well, they won't have to worry about those kind of seminaries. Modernist seminaries are a terrible environment. I experienced it myself. It's a dreadful thing. At least in my day, we did not have to pledge our allegiance to a false pope. So it was possible in my time to be very careful about guard your words. It's difficult, but that's what you had to do if you wanted to make it to ordination. And fortunately, in my case and many other young men I knew made it to the priesthood because a doorway was open to them where they could profess their faith and not be penalized for it. But today's generation of young vocations, they may have to wait a little bit longer, but it won't be a very long wait.
Well, in fact, just yesterday, Archbishop Carlo Vigano, who will be our keynote speaker this evening, announced, I'll read the announcement, the creation of the Collegium Traditionis, a house of formation for vocations in Italy. As he says, quote, good and holy priests are needed who are not subjected to the errors of Vatican II or the deviations of Bergoglio, unquote.
That's welcome news.
Amen. Well, I want to thank all of our panelists. Thank you, Father Kramer. Thank you, Anne. Thank you, Liz. Liz Yore, she's going to be speaking this afternoon. So I'm looking forward to that. And I'm looking forward to seeing all of you. Once again, we will resume at 1:45 Pacific time, which is 4:45 Eastern. Have a great lunch or dinner or whatever time zone you're in. I hope that you're enjoying this conference. Please continue to pray for the success of this conference, and I will see you soon. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Is the Pope Catholic? A conference seeking the truth about the two popes. We're going to follow the same pattern as we did this morning. We will have 3 speakers. Our third speaker is His Excellency Archbishop Carlo Maria Vigano. After him, we will have a question and answer session. So make sure as you're listening to the 3 speakers that you write down your questions and email them to us. Then we will, I'll have a few concluding remarks once that is over. All right. Now, once again, I want to invite even critics to submit questions or to respond to this conference when you've had a chance to digest it. If you think that we're mistaken in any part of this, please, out of charity, let us know, because we're after the truth. And that's why I'm so glad so many people from all over the world are with us right now, trying to get at the truth. But be warned, trolls have labeled us sede vacantists and schismatics. And you may find yourself branded as such simply for listening. How ironic, since the Vatican insists we be a listening church. Now, you can choose the blue pill and go back to the Matrix, or the red one and hear the truth. We're dispensing a lot of red pills today. But should anything I say turn out not to be in accord with the magisterium, I recant it in advance. And let me reiterate what I said this morning, that the views expressed by any one speaker do not necessarily reflect the views of any other speaker. With a proviso like that, is the good doctor really qualified to dispense his red pills? Scoffers jeer. Am I qualified? Is the Pope Catholic? Actually, that rhetorical expression that something is patently obvious, sadly, that seems no longer serviceable. Sadder still, certain bishops warn us not to ask whether the man reputed to be the Pope is a Catholic and therefore our rule of faith, or a heretic and therefore incapable of holding the Petrine Munus or office. Auxiliary Bishop of Astana, Kazakhstan, His Excellency Bishop Athanasius Schneider, declared, quote, even in the case of a heretical pope, he will not lose his office automatically, and there is no body within the church to declare him deposed because of heresy. Well, with all due respect, Arnaldo da Silveira confirmed 50 years ago that this opinion, which St. Robert Bellarmine classifies as exceedingly improbable, is defended by only one theologian among the 136 theologians over the last 1,000 years whose position on this matter we could verify. Bishop Schneider claims the practice of the church makes it evident, even in the case of an invalid election, this election will be de facto healed through the general acceptance of the new elected by the overwhelming majority of cardinals and bishops. But historical fact contradicts this theory. Take the case of the illegal election of Pope Clement VII, while Urban VI still reigned. On September 20th, 1378, 11 French cardinals and Pedro de Luna elected Cardinal Robert of Geneva Pope. The 3 Italian cardinals accepted Robert when he was enthroned, taking the name Clement VII. Contra Schneider, this invalid election was not healed when all the cardinals universally and peacefully accepted Clement VII. For 600 years, Clement has been reckoned an anti-pope, and Urban the true pope. Likewise, if Benedict was still the valid pope, all the cardinals accepting Francis doesn't heal his invalid election, nor reverse his being an invalid pope. Bishop Schneider says, there is no authority to declare or consider an elected and generally accepted pope as an invalid pope. But St. Catherine of Siena declared and considered the generally accepted Pope Clement VII invalid. I tell you that you did wrong with the anti-pope. He was chosen a member of the devil. You have committed all these faults in regard to this devil. To confess him as pope, which he surely is not. So, St. Catherine, an unlettered laywoman, defied the entire College of Cardinals and declared an elected and generally accepted pope as an invalid pope. Bishop Schneider says, automatic loss of the papacy due to heresy remains only an opinion. Even St. Robert Bellarmine did not present it as the teaching of the magisterium. The perennial papal magisterium never taught such an opinion. But the same can be said for Schneider's opinion that general acceptance of a reputed pope infallibly makes him pope. The doctrine of universal peaceful acceptance, proposed by renowned theologians, has only the authority of the theologians. Although these are approved authors and their speculation permitted and encouraged by the church, it does not bear the authority of the church's magisterium. But what does bear the authority of the church's magisterium is a pronouncement by Pope Paul IV that teaches that universal peaceful acceptance cannot make a heretic or an apostate a valid pope. Quote, if the pontiff, prior to his elevation, deviated from the Catholic faith or had fallen into heresy, the elevation, even if it shall have been by the unanimous assent of all the cardinals, shall be null, void, and worthless. It shall not be possible for it to acquire validity through the acceptance of the office or consecration or obedience accorded to such a one by all. And this is of the utmost importance. Bergoglio will almost certainly be succeeded by an heretical cardinal, and we will have an anti-pope situation. Apostasy from the top. The third secret of Fatima warns us of the betrayal of Christ's vicar. So says Pope Benedict. Attacks on the Pope and the Church come not only from without, but precisely from within. Our Lady of Good Success foretold 4 centuries ago, the Church will suffer the dark night of the lack of a prelate and father who watches over with paternal love, gentleness, strength, sound judgment, and prudence. Some 40 years ago, Benedict admitted that he'd read the third secret and that it speaks of dangers threatening the faith and the life of the Church, the Christian, and therefore of the world, and the importance of the last events of the end days. The faithful overwhelmingly believe Jorge Mario Bergoglio is attacking the papacy and threatening the faith and the life of Christians and therefore of the world. Accordingly, as St. Thomas Aquinas teaches, when there is a near danger to the faith, church leaders must be questioned, even publicly, by their subjects. St. Paul, a subject of St. Peter, questioned him publicly on account of an imminent danger of scandal in a matter of faith. And as St. Augustine says, quote, St. Peter gave an example to those who govern, so that if the latter should ever depart from the right path, they will not refuse correction coming even from their subjects as being injurious to their dignity. Our clerical speakers, His Excellency Archbishop Vigano and Reverend Father Kramer, like St. Paul, though they are the subject to superiors, nevertheless, they have not shirked their duty to question them. Dr. Mazza, aren't you afraid you'll get into hot water? No, I believe in getting into hot water. It keeps you clean. Aquinas and Augustine, the 2 greatest doctors of the Church, assure us publicly correcting superiors isn't hating them. Accordingly, Canon 1373, only recently inserted by Bergoglio, does not apply. A person who publicly incites hatred against the Apostolic See or who provokes disobedience is to be punished by interdict or other penalties. Again, as Father Joseph Kenny, the African missionary, tells us, we see love at its best in the exercise of fraternal correction. Love is at its best and most effective level of operation when, with God's grace, it can change a human devil into a saint. This conference seeks only the truth in love. None of us has an excuse not to. Canon 748.1, all persons are bound to seek the truth in those things which regard God and His Church, are bound by the obligation of embracing the truth. Naysayers claim this refers to truths of faith and morals, that we have no right to ask whether the Pope is Catholic. Archbishop Marcel Lefebvre disagrees. Some priests say that we need not worry about what is happening in the Vatican. We have the true sacraments, the true Mass, the true doctrine. So why worry whether the Pope is a heretic or an impostor or whatever? It is of no importance to us. But I think that is not true. If any man is important in the Church, it is the Pope. He is the center of the Church and has a great influence on all Catholics by his attitudes, his words, and his acts. All men read in the newspapers the Pope's words and on television. Many Catholics are losing the faith by the scandal of the popes partaking in false religions. Therefore, our speakers today are considering these possibilities. Canon 212.3 says the laity have the right and at times the duty to manifest to the pastors their opinion on matters which pertain to the good of the church, and to make their opinion known to the rest of the Christian faithful. But can a pope be accused of being an anti-pope or a heretic? Well, St. Catherine and Archbishop Lefebvre think so. But critics cry, Canon 1404 explicitly declares the first see is judged by no one. But this simply means no impeachment process exists for a certain pope. But a dubious pope may be accused of heresy. A certain pope and ecumenical council have told us so. The words of Adrian II, read aloud at Constantinople 4. Pope Honorius was anathematized, accused of heresy. The only offense where inferiors have the right to resist the initiatives of their superiors, are free to reject their false opinions. And 250 years later, St. Columban of Ireland charged Boniface IV. I summon you, remove the cloud of suspicion from St. Peter's chair. Call a conference so that you may clear the charges laid against you. For you are alleged to favor heretics. God forbid men should believe that this has been, is, or shall be true. Already it is your fault if you have erred from the true belief. Justly do your subordinates oppose you, and justly do they hold no communion with you. For if these things are rather true than fabled, with changed roles, your sons are turned into the head, while you become the tail. Thus too shall they be your judges, who have always kept the Orthodox faith, even if they seem to be your subordinates. But they themselves are the Orthodox and true Catholics, since they have never favored or supported any heretics or suspect persons, but have remained in eager love of the true faith. St. Columban says that true Catholics have never favored heretics or suspected heretics. By this definition, Jorge Bergoglio is not a true Catholic. Thus, Bergoglio can, at the very least, be classified as a defender of heretics, a canonical term for those who do not internally adhere to heretical doctrine, but defend it with words or writings against those who challenge it. As Cardinal Mueller recently argued, Bergoglio is nurturing a, quote, heresy of practice, unquote. Canon 2316 of the 1917-1982 Code states, whoever willingly and knowingly helps in the promulgation of heresy is suspected of heresy. And unless amendment follows, he will be considered an actual heretic. Early modern Jesuit Cardinal Juan de Lugo, a theologian ranked by St. Alphonsus de Liguori second only to Aquinas, teaches, it is necessary and sufficient to constitute external heresy and to incur censure, that internal heresy is manifested through some external sign, words and acts. Acts must also include omissions of some external action, for the omission of an act sometimes manifests internal heresy no less than a positive act, which is why heretics are often discovered by the very fact of not practicing the actions of Catholics. Bergoglio habitually fails to kneel at the consecration and before the Blessed Sacrament. Yet in 2019, he kowtowed before Sudanese politicians and has repeatedly done so when washing the feet of Muslim migrants. The decisive point whether Bergoglio is Catholic or a heretic is, as Da Silveira writes, that there are ambiguous acts susceptible to more than one interpretation. Whoever performs such acts will not become a heretic. He may become suspected of heresy, but it is equally evident there are acts or sets of acts that are unambiguous, not susceptible to more than one interpretation. According to Bellarmine, a pope can be removed solely on the basis of his actions, even if it turns out he's not a heretic. The Roman clergy, stripping Liberius, went over to Felix. Felix began to be the true pontiff. For although Liberius was not a heretic, nevertheless, he was considered one on account of the peace he made with the Arians. And by that presumption, the pontificate could rightly be taken from him. For men are not able to read hearts, but when they see that someone is a heretic by his external works, they judge him to be a heretic pure and simple, and they condemn him as a heretic. Those professional contortionists, the social media Catholics making a profession out of pope-splaining, have obviously overlooked, and not only Bellarmine's view, but Aquinas's. No man ought to despise or in any way injure another man without urgent cause. Unless we have evident indications of a person's wickedness, we ought to deem him good by interpreting for the best whatever is doubtful about him. Evident indications of a person's wickedness. Bergoglio hobnobs with pro-Moloch, pro-unnatural union, Malthusian elitists, but persecutes cloistered nuns, young Latin Mass families. He cancels faithful bishops and priests, but gives passes to serial predators. He allows worship of Latin American demon goddesses in the Vatican's gardens and churches. He allows the Communist Party to choose Catholic bishops. He himself literally slapped a diminutive Chinese woman for taking his arm in St. Peter's Square. Days ago, Bergoglio invited unrepentant transsexual migrant prostitutes to the Vatican for a luncheon commemorating World Day of the Poor. That bears repeating, doesn't it? He invited unrepentant transsexual migrant prostitutes to the Vatican. One headline nailed it. Quote, men pretending to be women go to lunch with man pretending to be Catholic. Canon 751 states, heresy is obstinate denial or obstinate doubt after baptism of some truth to be believed by divine and Catholic faith. Some say a person is not a heretic unless he has been warned multiple times and continues pertinaciously. But De Lugo teaches warning and prior reprimand are not always required for someone to be punished as a heretic and pertinacious. If it could otherwise be established, given the notoriety of the doctrine itself, the quality of the person involved, that the defendant could not have been unaware of the opposition of his teaching to the church, for this very fact, he will be considered a heretic. If he knows the whole subject much better through books, of what he could know from the words of whoever warned him, there's no reason to require another warning in order for him to become pertinacious against the church. Bergoglio was a university rector, professor of theology. He knew better when he said Luther, quote, took steps forward justifying. And so today, Lutherans and Catholics, Protestants, all of us agree on the doctrine of justification. On this point, which is very important, he did not err. Luther did not err. Luther was the founder of the Protestant heresy of justification by faith alone. What you talking about, Willis? Now, let us dive deeper on heresy. A person may reject the teaching authority of the church knowingly and willingly, or he may do so through ignorance. In the first case, he is a formal heretic, guilty of grievous sin. In the second case, he is a material heretic, free from guilt. These terms, however, are only relevant as regards salvation. What determines whether a pope is or is not pope is whether his heresy is public. And of course, we could get into Amoris Laetitia, which Bergoglio issued in 2016, allowing adulterers to receive communion, but this is well known. As Cardinal Muller says, Bergoglio's statements could be, quote, reasonably understood as material heresies. Now, what then are the consequences for Bergoglio? Well, commenting on Pope Pius XII's 1943 encyclical on the mystical body of Christ, young theologian Karl Rahner wrote the following: even those public heretics and schismatics who either cannot be proved to be, or in fact are not in heresy or schism, through formal sin or subjective guilt, are outside the church. In short, even heretics in good faith do not belong to the visible church. It was the almost universal teaching of theologians even before 1943, and it follows from the very nature of things that even material heretics and schismatics do not belong as members to the visible church. For if those who are outside the church, by a non-imputable but nevertheless public and juridical act, belong to the church, then the visible church could no longer be one in respect of her visibleness. Moreover, a bishop or pope, according to the universal teaching, keeps his ecclesiastical powers even if he is occultly unbelieving, that means in secret, in the purely internal forum, not public. But possession of ordinary ecclesiastical authority and non-membership in the church for public material heresy are mutually exclusive notions. Former Freemason John Salza disagrees with Rahner. Nowhere does Pius XII or any other pope teach that heresy of its nature causes a pope to lose his office or jurisdiction. Salza couldn't be more wrong. Innocent III taught a heretical pope is already judged before the church does anything to him. Now, I won't go into detail on this because Father Kramer brought this up earlier, but there's the quote there from Pope Innocent III. Salza claims even a public heretic pope is still pope until he receives a judgment from the church or leaves voluntarily to join the Jehovah's Witnesses. Salza denies that even external heresy in itself has the power to cause loss of office and jurisdiction. But I must say that Bellarmine begs to differ, and Bellarmine is a saint and a doctor of the church. The fathers teach unanimously not only that heretics are outside of the church, but also that they are ipso facto deprived of all jurisdiction and dignity. And this is echoed by St. Augustine of Hippo, who addressed heretics, telling them, "Sever yourselves from the members of the church. Sever yourselves from its body." But what still might I say in order that they might segregate themselves from the church, since they have already done this? For they are heretics. They are already without. They are outside already. And of course, we could quote the Catechism of the Council of Trent or Cardinal Louis Billot. He says the excommunication of Vitandi is a consummated excommunication. They are quite simply outside the church, no differently than are heretics and schismatics, though the latter two by a different means. I say by a different means, for heretics and schismatics, even purely material ones, are separated from the communion of the Catholic Church by the natural divine law itself. And Billot says that even a pontiff, if he defected from the church, would lose his office, since he, having become an infidel by his own will, was transferred outside the body of the church. We have a quote from the time of the council, the First Vatican Council, from Archbishop John Purcell of Cincinnati. Writing in 1870, he said, "If he, the Pope, denies any dogma of the Church held by every true believer, then he is no more Pope than either you or I." And Blessed John Henry Cardinal Newman wrote, "We hold also that a heretical pope ipso facto ceases to be pope by reason of his heresy." Even after the 1917 Code of Canon Law was published, we have this testimony from the most respected commentary on the 1917 Code of Canon Law. Quote, "Through notorious and openly divulged heresy, the Roman pontiff, should he fall into heresy, by that very fact is deemed to be deprived of the power of jurisdiction even before any declaratory judgment by the church. A pope who falls into public heresy would cease ipso facto to be a member of the church. He would also cease to be the head of the church." As distinguished canonist Dr. Ed Peters comments, quote, "No author coming after Vernes and Vidal disputes this analysis." And mind you, Vernes and Vidal said the Pope ipso facto loses his office despite Canon 1556 stating the primatial see can be judged by no one. Newsflash, Cardinal Newman, Vernes, Vidal, Dr. Peters, they're not sedes. Even shortly after the Second Vatican Council, Cardinal Stickler taught, if the person of the Pope becomes a heretic, he no longer holds the office of Pope, just as a judge who has become clinically insane, even though he remains the same person, can no longer be regarded as a judge as far as the effects of the office are concerned. Lastly, Professor John Lamont, not a sede, just days ago wrote, quote, "It is defensible to assert that Pope Francis has lost the papal office because of his heresy, that Pope Francis can no longer exercise jurisdiction because of his status as a heretic. The faithful are not obliged to obey the commands or believe the assertions of Pope Francis because of his demonstrated heresy and hostility to the faith." Ultimately, then, we are forced with Archbishop Lefebvre, also not a sede, to ask, perhaps we must say that the Pope is a heretic, is apostate. Now, I don't wish yet to say it formally and solemnly, but it seems at first sight that it is impossible for a pope to be publicly and formally heretical. Our Lord has promised to be with him, to keep him in the faith. How can he at the same time be a public heretic and virtually apostatize? So it is possible we may be obliged to believe this Pope is not Pope. Thank you for your kind attention, folks. We are going to take a little break. We are going to come back at around 2:30-ish. And it's our pleasure to have with us Elizabeth Yore. And I will see you then. Welcome back, everybody. Well, it's my privilege and a pleasure to introduce our next guest, Elizabeth Yore. Elizabeth, you've probably seen her on LifeSite News, a weekly video podcast with John Henry. Elizabeth is the founder of Your Children. She is an international child advocate attorney whose legal career spans a wide range of issues related to the exploitation of children. She served as special counsel to Oprah Winfrey as her child advocate, both at Harpo Incorporated and at the Oprah Winfrey Leadership Academy for Girls in South Africa. Previously, Liz held the position of general counsel at the Illinois Department of Children and Family Services, where she created the first missing children unit for runway wards and collaborated with federal law enforcement on human trafficking prosecutions. She was general counsel and director of the International Division at the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children in Virginia. Please welcome Elizabeth Yore.
Thank you, Ed, and thank you for organizing this important event. You are certainly a happy warrior, and it's been a pleasure to work with you. Well, I'm delighted to talk with you today. This is our really our first challenge in addressing these issues. And if we can have the first slide up, the title of my talk is The Demagogue of Dialogue. Dialogue is the religion of Bergoglio. He pollutes his language in his apostolic exhortations and speeches with dialogue. Dialogue was the justification for the deadly CCP deal. Dialogue was the rationale for the Abu Dhabi Declaration. Dialogue is the foundational principle of liberation theology. Dialogue is also the hallowed commandment of Freemasonry. Dialogue is the crux of Bergoglio, and it has evolved as a laughable punchline for the Synod on Synod. But it's not humorous. It's deadly serious. Dialogue is at the core of the question posed before us today, motivating Jorge Bergoglio, and animates the question of, is the Pope Catholic? Now for a sobering analysis of a decade of dialogue disasters, all concocted in the name of dialogue. Some I even witnessed firsthand. So in the interest of removing fog, as Father Kramer described, and the scales from our eyes, here are Bergoglio's disasters of the decade. I met him early in November of 2013, a mere 6 months after his election. I was frankly eager to attend the first Pontifical Human Trafficking Conference held inside the Vatican and sponsored by the Pontifical Academy of Social Sciences. As a child advocate attorney, my expectation was to hear a profoundly Catholic solution to the global scourge of human trafficking. Yet at the Vatican, there was no mention of evil as the existential cause of this criminal predatory enterprise. Instead, the Vatican was promoting a modern globalist revolution hell-bent on secular solutions such as the global minimum wage, as that for an antidote to the evils of human slavery and sexual exploitation. In attendance were leftist bureaucrats from the Obama administration, radical UN operatives, and global activists from NGOs. I observed Bergoglio closely and was deeply disturbed by his overtly political demeanor, especially with the Argentine community organizers who were there. The entire conference left me shaken. My soul was rattled at this very un-Catholic experience, promulgated in the very heart of the Vatican and in the presence of Francis. The Holy See suddenly seemed like enemy territory. A sense of dread permeated my experience, leaving me with the profound impression that there was an un-Catholic agenda underway in the early days of this pontificate. A colleague turned to me halfway through the conference and said, "Are we the only pro-lifers here?" This chilling comment reflected the conference, and soon a familiar pattern would emerge as Bergoglio praised one of Italy's greats, he called her, Emma Bonina, Italy's foremost abortionist, a woman who bragged that she and her group had aborted over 10,000 babies. This wholly scandalous and un-Catholic tactic of elevating and publicly praising the bitter enemies of life, virulent detractors of the Catholic faith, became a troubling hallmark of the Bergoglio regime. And 18 months later, I returned to the Vatican in April of 2015 with a delegation of the world's most prestigious climate scientists, scholars, researchers from MIT, climatologists, NASA scientists who had landed men on the moon, and other scholarly men. These prominent experts were frankly shocked by the one-sided bias and dubious qualifications of the scientists advising Bergoglio on his encyclical Laudato Si. They urgently sought an audience, a dialogue with Bergoglio for a serious discussion. Our delegation naively hoped that the Pope of Dialogue was interested in dialoguing on the complex issue of climate. These esteemed and highly credentialed experts, some of whom were even Catholic, were deeply distressed and stunned to find that Bergoglio was relying on radical population control neo-Malthusians to advise him on his environmental encyclical. Needless to say, the Pope of Dialogue was not at all interested in dialoguing with the other side of this very complex scientific issue. And Vatican officials literally threw these esteemed scientists out of the press conference at the Pontifical Academy of Social Sciences. I saw with my own eyes that authentic dialogue with Bergoglio was tested and found wanting. It's a one-way street that ends in a dead end. Furthermore, to my horror, I observed climate change emerge as the new religion of Gaiaism and naturalism of the global elites and their papal patron, Jorge Bergoglio. Climate change is now enshrined in the Bergoglio magisterium of Laudate Si, Laudate Deum, and with his newly minted environmental sins. I could not remain silent. While the beauty and truth of the Catholic faith, the faith of my ancestors, was under daily assault by the Argentine in the chair of Peter, I saw firsthand that the self-proclaimed Pope of Dialogue and Mercy is a contrived artifice, a manipulation, disguising a radical political ideology to permanently modernize Catholic doctrine, liturgy, and praxis. A revolution was underway. Dialogue disaster number one. Universal praise for the Pope of Dialogue from the Freemason enemy of the Catholic Church. The prelate from Buenos Aires stood before the crowd, sans mozzetta, sans red shoes, sans gold papal pectoral cross. Suddenly on his left appeared the smug senior prelate, Belgian Cardinal Godfrey Daniels, the notorious modernist, the scheming predator, cover-up artist, the mastermind and self-appointed mafia don of the St. Gallen Mafia. Daniels stood motionless like a sentinel from St. Gallen, confident that Jorge Bergoglio would undertake the St. Gallen's decades-long secret cunning plot to demolish Catholicism from the face of the earth and install a modernist agenda, a new world religion, renamed, in the words of the St. Gallen godfather, Cardinal Martini, the Synodal Church. In his brief address to the St. Peter's crowd on that chilly March 13th, 2013 evening, Bergoglio mentioned the venerated Freemason tenet brotherhood twice. He never mentioned Catholic, a word which would gradually be excised from his vocabulary, his speeches, and his globalist project of a synodal church, a new world religion. Bergoglio curated his humble and merciful persona with a carefully orchestrated media campaign, curiously cheered on by Freemason leadership within hours of his loggia appearance. The Freemason Grand Master Gustavo Raffi of the Grand Orient Masonic Lodge of Italy lavishly praised the election of Pope Francis and wrote, "The simple cross that he wore on his white robe gives rise to hope that a church of the people will rediscover the ability to dialogue with all men of goodwill and with Freemasonry, which, as the experience of Latin America, works for the good and progress of humanity." Listen carefully as Grand Master Raffi confidently offered his disquieting prediction of the Bergoglio papacy. With Pope Francis, nothing will be the same as before. The choice of brotherhood is clear for a church of dialogue. This man of the poor and far from the curia, fraternity and desire for dialogue are his most concrete words. Perhaps in the church, nothing will ever be the same as before. Thus, the Pope of Dialogue was christened by none other than the leadership of the Freemasons. And over 60 Freemason global leaders praised the selection of the Argentine Bergoglio, from Canada to Peru to Lebanon to Argentina, all celebrating the election of Bergoglio. Pope Leo warned that Freemasonry is based on naturalism. It is anti-Christian in its essence. Naturalism asserts that the human nature and human reason are supreme, and that there are no truths revealed by God, and that men are bound to believe. One of the most powerful arguments of Freemasonry against the Catholic Church is their promotion of religious indifferentism, the idea that it really does not matter to which religion one belongs. This undermines Catholicism, since only the Catholic Church firmly teaches that it is the one true religion established by God. We will see naturalism and indifferentism dominate Bergoglio's pronouncements. Today's Raffi's words echo loudly. Nothing in the church will be as it was before. Dialogue disaster number 2. With the full participation and support of Jorge Bergoglio, the Pontifical Academy of Social Sciences served as the portal and platform of the un-Catholic alliance with the United Nations and its diabolical Great Reset agenda. Very early on in the Bergoglio regime, in fact, on July 1st, 2013, the UN's Jeffrey Sachs, the head of the UN Sustainable Development Goals, was invited to speak at the Vatican's prestigious Lectio Magistralis. Soon after, Jeffrey Sachs became a fixture at the Vatican. He was firmly ensconced to build a partnership with the Holy See and the UN's globalist environmental sustainable development agenda, and to ensure that the Bergoglio Vatican would adopt the UN Sustainable Development Goals through papal encyclicals, through documents, through conferences, and through papal UN addresses. And it worked masterfully. The Pontifical Academy of Social Sciences sits in the heart of the Vatican and was deployed as this portal to ratify and adopt the godless globalist project to promote and ratify the contraceptive, promoting, abortion-laden, gender-bending depopulation dictates under the UN Sustainable Development Goals, and to endorse the Paris Climate Treaty. Jeff Sachs spoke at the Vatican over 30 times at conferences promoting the UN Agenda 2030. And he also drafted Vatican documents and organized Vatican event agendas. Throughout the last 10 years, the Bergoglio Vatican invited a wide range of globalists, many bitter opponents of Catholic moral teaching. One such person was the notorious Paul Ehrlich, the author of the specious and discredited book, The Population Bomb, written as a bestseller in 1969, whose thesis was, by the year 2000, unless countries engage in population control, hundreds of millions of people are going to starve to death in a race to oblivion. Needless to say, the year 2000 came and went, and Ehrlich's catastrophic predictions never happened. And he continues to peddle catastrophic climate events if the world does not populate. And yet he is invited to the Vatican. At the direction, participation, and full approval of Bergoglio, the Pontifical Academy of Social Sciences began to immediately operate as a satellite of the UN, where the environmentalists, the depopulation proponents, and global elites like Sachs, Hans Schellenhuber, Paul Ehrlich, and many others used the preeminent Vatican stage to promote the depopulation global reset. The goal was to infuse the moral authority of the Holy See to support the climate change agenda. Mission accomplished. Climate change hysteria dominated the discussions in the Vatican as Sachs warned, quote, "We are at the tipping point." As the director of the UN Sustainable Development Goals, Sachs addressed the Vatican dignitaries on the necessity of passage of the UN Sustainable Development Goals. He applauded the Vatican and Pope Francis as the, quote, "voice of the church, which will be essential for our success." And success it was, a rousing success. Francis endorsed the UN SDGs and the Paris Climate Treaty and wrote 2 environmental encyclicals. Sachs, the uber expert who would consult with Francis on climate, on geopolitical, on human trafficking, on health, and on economic issues, also was featured at the 2021 Economy of Francesco event, which deployed Sachs as the Pope's pitchman. And finally, Pope Francis named Jeffrey Sachs as a member of the Pontifical Academy of Social Sciences. Dialogue disaster number 3, the disastrous secret China Pact, signed and renewed twice by the genocidal communist Chinese, resulting in a massive persecution of Catholics and in Red Square. Of all the destructive actions by Bergoglio, the 2018 secret pact with the CCP remains one of the most catastrophic papal decisions in the history of the Catholic Church. It should never have happened. The Patriotic Catholic Association, which Francis endorsed, is a creation of the CCP. The words of Pope Pius XII in his encyclical on communism and the church in China are as true today as they were in 1958. For, quote, "for under an appearance of patriotism, which in reality is just a fraud, this association aims primarily at making Catholics gradually embrace the tenets of atheistic materialism by which God himself is denied and religious principles are rejected." Pope Pius XII correctly understood the deception and invalidity of the Chinese Catholic Patriotic Association. Nothing has changed. It's only worse. And thanks to Bergoglio's acquiescence, we now have Chinese Communist Party members who are bishops in the Catholic Church. And in June of 2013, Cardinal Ted McCarrick met with Bergoglio. McCarrick was resurrected from Benedict's sanctions by Bergoglio and personally dispatched as papal envoy to restore talks with the brutal communist Chinese regime over appointments of bishops. And as is typical with McCarrick, wherever he goes, tragedy follows. And China is no exception. Francis refused to listen to the pleas of the knowledgeable, experienced, faith-filled Hong Kong emeritus Cardinal Joseph Zen, but instead he deferred to a global sexual predator. Why would Bergoglio defer to McCarrick? Why was he so desperate to have a deal with the communists, despite all the warnings of Zen? Zen predicted that this deal would be a suicide pact, and indeed it was. The suffering and devastation from the 2018 secret Vatican deal with the communist Chinese was immediately evident to the entire world. Numerous NGOs, bipartisan religious freedom commissions, China experts, human rights monitors excoriated the Sino-Vatican agreement as the triggering event which precipitated and enabled a massive increase in persecutions of Catholics and Christians by the Chinese communists. Once the die was cast and the deal was signed, the global outpouring of protest against the Vatican's secret deal was overwhelming, sustained, and forceful. The Human Rights Watch said Pope Francis's silence is particularly troubling as Beijing intensified repression on religious freedom, and Chinese authorities have shown no mercy towards Catholic clergy since the 2018 agreement. They are harassing and forcibly disappearing some of those who remain loyal to the Pope. Clearly, little has improved for millions of Catholics in China. China aid, this reported deal, it said, is nothing but a betrayal, both of the millions of suffering, persecuted Christians in China and the global Catholic Church. Ironically, how can the Vatican respond with a good, clear conscience for this appeasement deal with the CCP? They just launched a secret war vowing to wipe out the underground Catholics and Protestants. You heard that correctly. In the very first few months of the deal, it was apparent to all that a secret war was underway to wipe out Catholics and Christians. The Congressional Executive Commission found that within a month of the signing of the secret deal, 2 Marian shrines had been destroyed by communist officials. It is difficult, they said, to overstate the importance of these shrines to Catholic faithful citizens. The Gatestone Institute described the Vatican as a mouthpiece for the Beijing government. One of the commissioners in the U.S. International Religious Freedom Commission stated, within days of negotiating its deal, the Chinese used the deal as a cover to embark upon the closure of several of the nation's most prominent unregistered church communities. And this has continued. And it's provided China license to viciously crack down on Chinese communities. This secret pact was roundly condemned, roundly. And since 2018, the PRC has engaged in a strategic campaign destroying Catholic and Christian churches, orphanages, worship houses, schools. They've arrested bishops, priests, and laity. Paradoxically, the secret deal was executed in the name of unity and dialogue, and yet it triggered a brutal surge in religious persecution against Catholics. This is the same communist-dominated patriotic association endorsed by Bergoglio sits as the new authentic representation of the Catholic Church in China. The patriotic church, with his blessing, has become the new church in China. Bergoglio's secrecy and unwillingness to terminate the agreement is nothing short of scandalous. He is personally responsible for driving faithful Catholics further underground in China. This, I fear, will be the same outcome of the global Catholic Church if Bergoglio continues with his wrecking ball. And contrary to the Vatican's assertion, Pope Benedict terminated all negotiations with the Chinese because they could not be trusted. Pope Benedict deferred to Cardinal Zen's warnings about the danger of agreeing with the CCP. And it appears that Bergoglio agreed to terms which were previously non-negotiable in the Benedict papacy. So now that the CCP has named Catholic bishops without consultation with the Vatican. Are those terms the terms that are now agreed upon by the Vatican? If not, then why hasn't the Vatican terminated the deal? They not only haven't terminated the deal, they have renewed this deal twice. What did Bergoglio Vatican receive in terms of money or benefits for the concessions to the Chinese? Was the alleged $2 billion a year Chinese grant to the Vatican a hush money payment for an executed agreement? Why hasn't this destructive pact been destroyed? Why? Here is a crucifix being destroyed by the Communist Party. Dialogue disaster number 4, the Abu Dhabi Declaration and other assorted heresies. The document entitled Human Fraternity for World Peace and Living Together, signed by Pope Francis and the Grand Imam of Al-Azhar, Ahmed Al-Tayeb, on February 4th, 2019. Cardinal Burke, along with Bishop Schneider, argued forcibly that God willing a plurality of religions is a heretical statement. This was a statement in the Human Fraternity Abu Dhabi Declaration. And despite verbally backtracking on that statement, Francis dispatched the original problematic statement to Catholic universities around the world, telling them to teach this heretical declaration. Bishop Schneider said, religious diversity is not something positive. It's negative in the eyes of God, which he tolerates or permits as he permits our sins. But diversity of religions is clearly against the first commandment of God. In February of 2019, this controversial Abu Dhabi Declaration, in the words of Interfaith Dialogue, asserted to much attention by the world that God wills the pluralism and diversity of all religions. In fact, this document also described that there would now be a new United Nations World Fraternity Day. Well, that must make the Freemasons happy. And since Bergoglio previously had ordered Catholics to obey the UN, is this now a new holy day of obligation, marking a fraternal world? But in addition to the Abu Dhabi Declaration, the parties, in conjunction with the UN Human Fraternity Day, now is marked on February 2nd every year. And it states, the purpose is to achieve international cooperation in solving international problems, including promoting and encouraging respect for human rights and for fundamental freedoms without distinction as to race, sex, language, or religion. We will, quote, defend the values of mutual understanding, human fraternity, and harmonious coexistence. You're hearing the strains of John Lennon's Imagine. Freedom is a right of every purpose, the document went on to say. Each individual enjoys the freedom of belief, thought, and expression. The Abu Dhabi Declaration was posted on the Vatican website. Never once mentions Jesus Christ, the Prince of Peace. Rather, the document drones on with dialogue drivel in the name of God and everything thus stated. We will now be able to be friends. Interestingly, what Francis does not want you to know is about his dialoguing partner. You know, this gibberish is Bergoglio's doublespeak. It sounds lovely, this mutual cooperation of a code of conduct that he signed with Al-Tayeb. It's this Orwell doublethink, a strategy to propagandize the faithful, rewrite history, anesthetized Catholics, the Vatican hailed this document in the name of the interfaith dialogue, which brings us closer together with people of other faiths. Well, some of Al-Tayyib's closely held tenets that apparently they did not dialogue about, such as human rights, were seemingly ignored or missed by the Vatican. All you have to do is Google on YouTube. Al-Tayyib believes that apostates, anyone who leaves Islam for Christianity, should be killed. Is this a shared code of conduct, Bergoglio? How does one dialogue about that tenet? And contrary to Bergoglio and Father James Martin movement, Al-Tayyib does not believe in human rights, especially for Bergoglio's favorite LGBTQI++ movement. Al-Tayyib also believes that husbands can beat their wives if necessary. So please, what is the value of the interfaith dialogue and promoting human fraternity and mutual codes of conduct if the parties aren't even on the same page in basic moral rights? Dialogue for dialogue's sake is just noise. And so much for the dialogue delusion. In August of 2016, Francis famously stated, quote, "If I talk about Islamic violence, then I must talk about Catholic violence. Not all Muslims are violent, just like not all Catholics." I'll tell that to Our Lady of Lepanto. Curiously, Al-Tayyib has yet to make a similar statement. And in March of 2019, Bergoglio told the Moroccan Catholic community that it's not their mission to convert their neighbors, but to live in brotherhood with other faiths. What happened to Jesus' admonition to go out and preach to all nations? And as we've heard just recently, Bergoglio is not a fan of proselytizing. He calls it solemn nonsense. It makes no sense, he said. There's a great sin against ecumenism. Apparently, the interfaith dialogue with Buddhists has made a powerful impact on Bergoglio. In 2017, Bergoglio gave the president of Myanmar a Vatican printed manuscript celebrating the life of Buddha. No, Bergoglio did not share a copy of Benedict's Jesus of Nazareth book. And Bergoglio recently stated that Jesus and Buddha are both great healers. Is this the toleration of false ideas that Pius X warned us about? The dialogue disaster number 5, doctrinal dissonance. In 1948, with extraordinary prescience, Bishop Fulton Sheen exhorted Catholics about this present time in the church. Satan's logic is simple, he said. If there is no heaven, there is no hell. If there is no hell, then there is no sin. If there is no sin, then there is no judge. And if there's no judgment, then evil is good and good is evil. Sounds vaguely familiar, doesn't it? We cannot ignore Bergoglio's assurance to atheists, quote, "You don't have to believe in God to go to heaven." And he further said to the atheists, "Just do good. We'll meet one another in heaven." You know, Bergoglio never disappoints with his own merciful theology. Quote, "You ask me if the God of the Christians forgives those who don't believe and who don't seek faith. I start by saying the God's mercy has no limits. If you go to him with a sincere and contrite heart, the issue for those who do not believe in God is just to obey their conscience." Bishop Sheen also warned of a church that says there is no sin, then there is no judge. Who could forget Bergoglio's infamous June 2013 refrain from 35,000 feet above when he was asked about homosexuals in the Vatican? Quote, "If someone's gay and he searches for the Lord and has goodwill, who am I to judge? Who am I to judge?" The world was in shock because it was such an un-Catholic quip. Who am I to judge? One hymn, the world's plaudits, described by the media as the Pope's most powerful phrase of 2013, asking the question, would it change the course of the Catholic Church? Answer, apparently so. He became the Advocate's Gay Person of the Year. It landed Pope Francis on the cover of Time magazine as its Person of the Year, and Twitter had its meme hashtag Best Pope Ever on the cover of Gay Advocate magazine, Man of the Year. Bergoglio learned what would make him popular with the media and with the secular community. It was a masterful stroke of sending a wink and a nod to the world. Things are changing, and that was in 2013. Hard to be humble when all those accolades come from the secular world, but it wasn't just a quick quip. Who am I to judge also became Bergoglio's personnel policy. 2 weeks before his infamous catchphrase, who am I to judge, Bergoglio had secretly lifted Benedict's punishment and sanction against Ted McCarrick. Dialogue disaster number 6, the papal predator racket. This prompts the crucial and obvious question, has this pontificate authentically listened with care to the voices of clergy abuse, sex victims? The resounding answer is no. Disturbingly, and quite frankly, curiously, Francis favors celebrity priests and bishops who are either sexual predators or protectors of sexual predators. Incredibly, they earn a papal privilege, a dispensation for their consequences. To name just a few, Ted McCarrick, Marco Rupnet, Bishop Zancata, Father Inzoli, Cardinal Murphy O'Connor. In Francis's world, mercy trumps justice. While Francis clearly hears the cry of Mother Earth, he's deaf to the cry of clergy abuse victims. While the purported rising oceans tug at his heart, his stone-cold, heartless dismissiveness of abused, consecrated nuns is chilling. What's going on here? Bergoglio's Who Am I to Judge has become really something that is quite troubling. The human cry of the victims of Chilean Father Caradima and his protector bishop, Barros, who witnessed Caradimo's abuse, were ignored by Francis. In fact, he called the victims stupid, liars, and politically influenced. And to add insult to injury, Francis twice declined Barros's own resignation. There was no listening and dialoguing with the Barros victims. Where is the listening and dialoguing with the Inzoli, Father Mercedes Inzoli, who was defrocked by Benedict? And in 2014, Francis overruled the CDF sentencing of defrocking and instead reduced Inzoli to a life of penance and prayer. But Inzoli was later found guilty by an Italian court of 8 counts of sexual abuse of children. Archbishop Zancata was one of his first actions as Pope to make Zancata promoted as Bishop of Oran in Argentina. Despite ongoing complaints of Zancata's abuse of seminarians, Francis sided with the bishop. In fact, he brought him to the Vatican and created a new position at APSA for him. But at trial, 40 witnesses testified about Zancata's grooming and sexual abuse. Zancata was convicted by an Argentine court and sentenced to 4 years and 6 months. This pattern continues on. And for 5 years, thanks to the protection of Francis, McCarrick roamed the globe as a protected prelate with Vatican diplomatic credentials, endangering the lives of children. And recently, of course, the scandalous Jesuit Father Marco, accused of sexual abuse of at least 25 consecrated nuns. And the irony is, Francis jealously guards predators and prelates who protect predators, yet he cancels faithful and holy bishops and cardinals. Dialogue destruction number 7, Francis's incessant dehumanizing denigration of faithful Catholics. The ideological cudgel of Traditionis Custodes is used to silence, punish, and excise bishops, priests, and laity who love the Mass of the ages. Never in the history of the Catholic Church has a man sitting in the chair of Peter been so viciously vociferous against decent, faithful, holy, and Catholic, devout Catholics. His petty tirades are downright unseemly, un-Catholic, and certainly unmerciful. In case we need reminding, here's just a small sampling of Bergoglio bluster, bitter bluster, as he calls faithful practicing Catholics backwardists, indetris, restorationists, people who suffer from the disease of nostalgia, people who safeguard the ashes of the past, rigid because there's no Holy Spirit in you. There is a perversion in you. And you traditional Catholics who are gagging the reforms of Vatican II, you neo-Pelagians, you rigid fundamentalists, you climate change deniers, you Tea Partiers, you ultra-conservatives who say no to everything. You are unchristian, you are rotten capitalists, you nativists, you egotistical populists. This, my friends, is the Pope of Mercy and Dialogue. This is the Catholic Pope. Let me tell you, Bergoglio's very public, full-throated attack on traditional Latin Mass attending Catholics is an intentional strategy to dispirit, intimidate, and demonize the faithful. The Pope of Mercy is othering them. And what is deeply troubling is that such demonization of Catholics creates a hostile environment, putting a target on their back, laying the groundwork for the FBI to persecute traditional Catholics as miscreants and troublemakers, as their Pope has said so. So after an interminable decade of ghastly gaslighting of faithful Catholics, the Bergoglian mask of mercy has fallen. No dialogue with those rotten red trads. Why has it taken an interminable 10 years? A lost generation, a destructive, devastating, pernicious decade of persecution, of lost faith, of intentional doctrinal confusion, reinterpreting Holy Scripture, of needless closing of churches, of petty vindictiveness, of mind-blowing cheap shots, crushing the thriving Holy Latin Mass, betraying the faithful Chinese underground church, and driving it further underground to ask the obvious question: is this Pope Catholic? We are paying a price for our silence. Are the strains of Jesuit Superior General Kolvenbach's assessment of Bergoglio ringing in your ears yet? Kolvenbach warned of Bergoglio's deviousness, a disobedience concealed under a mask of humility. Sounds familiar. His lack of psychological balance, and pointing out that Bergoglio has been a divisive figure as provincial of his own order. Bergoglio's divisiveness is wreaking havoc with the Synod on sin, unfolding, ready to hatch the St. Gallen plot to deconstruct Roman Catholicism and set the stage for the world religion, the one world religion. The final dialogue disaster, number 8, the Synod on Synodality. This is the long-held ambition, the unholy grail, the ultimate turf war of the St. Gallen Mafia. Salvation does not appear in the synodal mission statement, nor is there any mention of hell or sin in these documents. Why? Because hell and eternal judgment have no place in a one-world religion. Bergoglio and his synodal church must eliminate those impediments which obstruct the rollout of the one world religion, born out of the interfaith dialogue, secularism, Gaiism, naturalism, paganism, and globalism. Thus, we see in the synodal documents, dogma is supplanted with karma. Sin is replaced with spin. Listening and dialogue replace the 10 commandments. In the synodal church, all are welcome. Toto. Just be sure and show your updated digital ID, your carbon footprint, your social credit score, and please hide your rosary. The St. Gallen Mafia's long-awaited ambition in goals of modernizing the Catholic teaching on homosexuality and all assorted sexual perversions has arrived. Papal photos of a transgender couple, papal lunch with tranny Roman prostitutes, meetings with Whoopi Goldberg, James Martin, announced to the world with a wink and a nod, LGBTQIA++ is now accepted and included in the big circus tent of the synodal church. Bergoglio's "Who am I to judge" tagline is now embedded in the synodal mission. James Martin and Sister Jean Gramick's wish list became a synodal reality, sealed with a Tucho Fernandez kiss and a papal imprimatur. Buckle up, Catholics. Gird yourself and your children for part 2 as we journey together to the unknown Bergoglio peripheries, free-falling right over the cliff. His very words and actions prompt the question, is the Pope Catholic? What manner of pontiff utters the words, I don't believe in a Catholic God? Or equally un-Catholic says, I'm not afraid of schism? Or even more shockingly denounce Catholic traditionalism as, quote, paganism of thought. This from a man who blesses the pagan Pachamama idol in St. Peter's. This from a man who performs native smudging rituals in Canada to gain access to the sacred circles of spirit so as to encounter the grandmother of the West. This from a man who utters the chilling statement, I don't want a new church, but a different church. Stay tuned. That different church is the synodal church. Bergoglio christened the synodal church, a word without meaning, a church with no beliefs, no purpose, no God, but ruled by the global elite and their cult of synodal paganism. We must fight with every ounce of our energy and spiritual power to derail the Bergoglio synod on synod. And to the prelates, I ask, is your fear of Bergoglio greater than your love of Holy Mother Church? Why then do you wear scarlet? Catholics, we have our work cut out for us. We are in uncharted territory. The bark of Peter is adrift and taking on water. We are in a pitched battle to save the spotless bride of Jesus Christ and his Catholic Church. But I am reminded of Saint Therese, the little flower, the sweet, genteel young saint. During her postulancy, she wrote a letter to her beloved sister Celine. Saint Therese, the little flower, wrote the following call to arms. God has granted me the grace to not fear the battle. There remains nothing else for us to do but fight. And when we don't have the strength, it is then that Jesus fights for us. We have our marching orders. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Liz. What a powerful testimony. Well, speaking of powerful testimonies, it's time for our keynote speaker, His Excellency Archbishop Carlo Maria Vigano, a man who, although he doesn't need any introduction, I will nevertheless provide a brief one. His Excellency was consecrated a bishop by Pope John Paul II in 1992. In 2009, Pope Benedict appointed him to reform the Vatican Bank. That's like Hercules cleaning out the Stygian stables, those of you who are classicists out there. Then he was appointed as the Apostolic Nuncio to the United States of America in 2011, where he advocated for the downtrodden. In the summer of 2018, he exposed Bergoglio's promotion and cover-up of Theodore McCarrick. Vigano has been a tireless prophetic voice against the apostasy in the church. He leads Exsurge Domine, an association that undertakes to provide assistance to canceled priests. And as I mentioned earlier today, just yesterday, it was announced the creation of a Collegium Traditionis, a house of formation for vocations in Italy, traditional vocations. Without further ado, let me present to you His Excellency Archbishop Carlo Maria Vigano.
Dear friends, Laudetur Jesus Christus. From the prophet Isaiah, qui dicunt videntibus, nolite videre, et aspicientibus, nolite aspicere nobis eaque recta sunt, loquimini nobis placentia, aspicite nobis illusiones. They say to the seers, see not, and to the prophets, do not give us true prophecies. Speak pleasing thing to us. Prophecy are illusions for us. This online conference, organized by Professor Edmund Mazza, has esteemed a topic that is only recently becoming publicly discussed, after more than 10 years of horrors, worse than those we have witnessed in the last 60 years, but perfectly consistent with the philosophical and theological foundation led for the present crisis by the Second Vatican Council. Is the Pope Catholic? A question like this, in other times, would have sounded almost like blasphemy. So deeply rooted was the respect and love of the faithful for the Roman Pontiff, considered to be like sweet Christ on earth. Who in the time of Pius XII would have dared to question his moral or magisterial authority? And on the other hand, why would the faithful have had any need to express dissent against a pope, since each pope's voice was an expression of an uninterrupted continuity with his predecessor and with the Divine Master? Listening to Jorge Mario Bergoglio speak today, and comparing his word with those of Pius XII's, make us understand the abyss that separates a true pope from his grotesque parody, the abyss that divides the vicar of Christ from the Simia Pontificis, the ape of the Pope. The hieratic authority of all the popes from St. Peter to Pius XII, intimately bound to the divine authority of Christ, the eternal high priest, has been perverted into arrogant authoritarianism and tyranny. the healthy sense of belonging to holy orders of clerics and prelates, has been corrupted into clericalism. The fixed immutability or revealed truth, founded on the perfect immutability of God, and even of the truth naturally knowable through reason, has yielded to permanent revolution and chaos, to the provisionality of loquimini nobis placentia, speak pleasing thing to us, and to arbitrariness of the debatable, aspicite nobis illusiones, prophesies illusion for us. But just as in the face of the sudden death of millions of people in the world, after criminal inoculation campaign following the psycho-pandemic fraud, there are people who still refuse to recognize the causal relationship between the administration of the experimental gene serum and the mass extermination plan and declared by the elite. So also in the ecclesiastical sphere, in the face of the devastation caused by the conciliar revolution and the so-called liturgical reform, there are still those who do not want to admit the causal relationship between the less criminal action of those experts and consultors who were notoriously modernist well before Vatican II, and as such rightly condemned by the Holy Office or regarded with suspicion by bishops who use nothing less than an ecumenical council as a prestigious stage on which to perform the false and deceitful pièce of dialogue with the world, ecumenism, democratization, parliamentarization of the Church, all with endorsement of the popes of the Council. That Council was rightly defined by his own architects at the 1789 of the Church. John XXIII, Paul VI, John Paul I, John Paul II, and Benedict XVI did not fail to emphasize how the revolutionary and Masonic principles, liberté, égalité, fraternité, could in some way be shared and made their own by the Catholicism, starting from the acceptance, indeed the convinced promotion of the secularity of the state and the substantial cancellation of the divine and universal kingship of our Lord Jesus Christ. If you have the patience to follow me in my examination, you will see that the social kingship of Christ is the petra scandali, the stumbling stone against which all the accomplices of the antichristic plan of the world, the New World Order, crash indiscriminately. The vexata question: is Bergoglio Catholic? Is addressed from many different angles, according to different criteria, stemming from various cultural heritages. The traditional scholastic point of view, the moderate and conciliar, or we could say the Montinian point of view, and the one that wavers, so to speak, between the two shores, recognizing Bergoglio as Pope, although being de facto canonically independent from him. I'm referring to the SSPX, but we must recognize that today it is possible to share along with many priests and laity, a feeling of serious, uneasy and grave scandal due to cumbersome presence of the Argentine Jesuit. Today we are able to ask ourselves whether Bergoglio is Catholic because his heterogeneity to the papacy is now evident and perceived both by the simple faithful as well as by a large part of the clergy and even by certain fringes of the media. The hierarchy limits itself to demonstrating either cowardice or complicity with the tyrant, and a few discordant voices do not dare to draw the necessary conclusion in the face of the heresies and nonsense of the tenant of Santa Marta. Because they disagree with him, but not with Vatican II, nor are they willing to recognize that it was precisely from that council that the revolutionary process arose, which permitted a person like Jorge Mario to enter the Society of Jesus, to be ordained, becoming a bishop, be created cardinal, and finally to enter a conclave and come out of it as pope. For them, it is permissible to criticize Bergoglio, but only on the condition that one never criticizes the considered idol, the untouchable fetish of Montinians, who today, compared to the horrors of the Argentine Jesuit, seems to be champions of Catholic orthodoxy. And here we come to the punctum dolens, that is, the great contradiction that unites the proponents of Vatican II with his historical opponents, the Society of St. Pius X in primis, in wanting to proceed with an evaluation of objectively extraordinary fact using ordinary norms of evaluation. As I have often said, it seems to me that some commentators are more concerned about the doctrine of a papacy than with the salvation of souls, so that they find themselves preferring to be governed by heretical and apostate pope rather than recognizing that heretic or apostate cannot be at the head of the church, to which as such it does not belong. Thus, we have all sorts of hair-splitting about the distinction between formal and material heresy, none of which do the least thing to impede Bergoglio's destructive action. The objection that accusing the reigning pontiff of heresy or apostasy could cause division and scandal is believed by the evidence of division and scandal that is already widely present in the ecclesial body, precisely because of Bergoglio's heresy and apostasy, which is the tip of the iceberg of a much worse and more widespread crisis of the hierarchy and the clergy that began 60 years ago. It has now almost reached its peaks. When St. Robert Bellarmine hypothesized as an academic study the question of whether a Roman pontiff could fall into heresy, he imagined a pope while convinced that he continued to hold the Catholic faith, adhered materially or formally to one particular heresy, in a general context in which the social and ecclesial body remained Catholic. Bellarmine could never have imagined that an emissary of Freemasonry could go so far as to be elected Pope with the purpose of demolishing the Church from within, usurping and abusing the very power of the papacy itself against the papacy. Nor could he have imagined that a hypothetical Pope would surpass mere heresy and embrace all-out apostasy. No doctor of the Church has ever contemplated the possibility of an apostated Pope or of an election falsified and manipulated by powers avowedly hostile to Christ, because such an enormity could only happen in a unique and extraordinary context, such as that of the final persecution foretold by the prophet Daniel and described by St. Paul. Our Lord's admonition, Videritis abominationem desolationis, when you see the abomination of desolation, according to St. Matthew's Gospel, chapter 24, is to be understood as such precisely because of its absolute uniqueness and for the fact that everyone will see fulfill the abomination of desolation standing in the holy place. Vilegit intelligat, lest the one who reads understand. Catholics today are scandalized by the fearful silence of cardinals and bishops for the same reason that citizens are shocked by the complicity of politicians, doctors, journalists, judges, and law enforcement in the betrayal of the social contract. They have come to understand that it is the entire system that is hostage to the enemy, and that it is useless to hope to obtain justice and truth from those who are in support of the global coup d'etat, whether in the civil or ecclesiastical sphere. The subversive operation is so efficient and organized that it unequivocally shows the work of Luciferian intelligence, thus goes far beyond the alleged cunning of Klaus Schwab or a Rockefeller. This is why the Bergoglio problem cannot be solved by ordinary human means. No society can survive the total corruption of the authority that governs it, and the Church is not different when her members, especially her pastors, refuse to recognize the root causes of this doctrinal, moral, and spiritual corruption and limit themselves to deploring the excesses of this or that statement made by Bergoglio, without understanding that we are dealing with the homo iniquus et dolosus of the Psalm 42, the unjust and deceitful man, unjust because of the purposes he has, deceitful because of the means he uses to attain those unjust ends. to speak of formal heresy, in Bergoglio's case, is like accusing of mere embezzlement the criminals who are now killing millions of people with lethal serums, poison air and water, harmful and artificial food, planet, famine and pestilences, induced sterility and death, either actual physical death or civil ostracization. We are far beyond heresy, as we are beyond the normal crimes of which head of state can be accused, with the aggravating circumstances that the culprit knows, or rather hopes, that he can save himself from condemnation because his main accusers consider him to be the supreme pontiff, and as such exempt from any human tribunal. Prima sedes a nemine judicatur. The first see is judged by no one. It was precisely on this principle that those who had him elected Pope relied, but they forgot a small detail. The intention to harm the Church by acting on behalf of an enemy power is not compatible with the acceptance of the papacy. There is therefore a defect of consent, given by the will of the one elected, confirmed by his words and deeds over the last 10 years, namely, intending to act in fraudem legis, circumventing canon law, and concealing his intention from the very first appearance of the Loggia of the Vatican. I repeat, we are not dealing with a situation where a pope adheres to one specific heresy, which moreover Bergoglio has done repeatedly. No, the situation is rather that a man was sent into the conclave with orders to revolutionize the Church from the top, while sitting on the chair of Peter. And again, he did not assume the papacy unreservedly, and only later allow himself to be persuaded by bad counselors to act in a questionable way. No, instead, his predetermination is evident, confirming both by the correspondence of his actions with the orders that had already been given by the deep church under the pontificate of Benedict XVI, whether by the conspirators of St. Gallen Mafia or the Pact of the Catacombs, and by the repeated meeting of the Argentine Jesuit with exponents of the globalist elite and the world financial potentates before the eyes of all. It is plausible that Benedict XVI's Declaratio of 11 February 2013, due to the critical issues masterfully highlighted by Professor Enrico Maria Radaelli, led to a situation of canonical irregularity that preceded the conclave of March 2013, such as to invalidate it, and thus also render null and void the election of the successor of Benedict XVI, regardless of whether the one elected was Bergoglio or a new Pius X. But even if Benedict XVI legitimately abdicated, although aware of the risk of making the election of the Argentine Jesuit materially possible. It is the malicious intention to abuse the authority and power of the papacy, assuming it by means of deception, which make the Vitium consensus real and make Bergoglio an usurper for the throne of Peter. The consensus and support for the Argentine Jesuit comes significantly from the ultra-progressive and pro-heretical wing that sponsored his election. All notorious members of the deep church and closely linked to the homosexual and pedophile lobby of the deep state. If there are those who stubbornly insist on examining the finger of those who denounce this coup d'etat and not at the moon of Bergoglio's evident coherence with it, we cannot behave as if we were resolving a question of a point of canon law. No, the Lord is being outraged. The Church is being humiliated. The souls are being lost because a usurper remains on the throne. One whose acts of government and magisterium can be judged in light of the words of our Lord. Beware of false prophets who come to you in sheep's clothing, but inside there are ravenous wolves. By their fruits you will know them. Are grapes gathered from thorns, or figs from brambles? Thus every good tree produceth good fruit, and every bad tree produces bad fruit. A good tree cannot produce bad fruit, nor can a bad tree produce good fruit. Any tree does not produce good fruit is cut down and thrown into the fire. By their fruits, therefore, you will be able to discern them. You heard it correctly. A good tree cannot produce bad fruit, nor can a bad tree produce good fruit, which means that Bergoglio's uninterrupted behavior before, during, and after his election alone counts as proof of his inherent iniquity. Can we be morally certain, then, that the tenant of Santa Marta is a false prophet? My answer is yes. Are we therefore authorized in conscience to revoke our obedience to someone who presenting himself as Pope is in reality acting like the biblical wild boar in the Lord's vineyard, or like the hireling who is not the shepherd, whose own the sheep are not, and who has no care for the sheep? Yes. What we cannot do, because we do not have the authority, is to officially declare that Jorge Mario Bergoglio is not Pope. The terrible impasse in which we find ourselves makes any human solution impossible. Our task must not be to engage in abstract speculation of canonists, but to resist with all our strength, with the help of God's grace, the explicitly destructive action of the Jesuit Argentine, refusing with courage and determination any collaboration, even indirect collaboration, with him and his accomplices. the evil of this world is intrinsically connected with the refusal to recognize that both in the state and in the church, the vicarious authority of those who govern emanates directly from the hypostatic union, from the union of divinity and humanity in our Lord Jesus Christ, King and High Priest. The hatred of the wicked against Christ the King was born in the even eternity when the Holy Trinity put Lucifer to the test, and he understood that he would have to worship and obey the man God, that he would have to recognize him as King and Lord, despite the humiliation of having assumed a human body and the infamy of the torture of the cross. It was then that Lucifer shouted his non serviam, until we recognized the inevitability of the victory of man God as King and Lord of the universe, and the victory of the Virgin Mother of God as Queen and Lady by grace, until all nations and peoples bend the knee before the one Savior and Redeemer of the human race. As long as society and the Church continue to be held hostage by the enemies of Christ the King and his most august Mother, we will not be able to hope for the end of this most painful trial, because we will not have made the necessary choice of sides that the Lord expects of us in order to make us sharers in his total and definitive triumph over Satan. Let us not deceive ourselves. Those who stubbornly insist on reading the present situation with merely human eyes expose not only themselves but also the whole of humanity to the continuation and aggravation of this situation. Let the once Christian nations return to faith of their fathers. Let dissidents embrace Catholic unity. May people who are immersed in the darkness of superstition and idolatry be converted to the living and true God. Let the people who are once the chosen people recognize the true Messiah, distancing themselves from the Zionist heresy. Let individuals, especially those who are established in authority, shake themselves from their slumber and recognize with confidence that there is no power except from God, because this, and only this, is the premise for the harmony of peoples, for justice, for peace. Let us faithful Catholics realize that it is no longer possible to passively defer choosing which side we are on, clinging to the illusion that the current Christ fits within any precedent, remaining submissive to the cloak of authority worn by the one who speaks only pleasing things but does not speak with the authority of Jesus Christ. And if the shepherds are absent from this general awakening of consciences, let them remember the Lord's terrible words. If these are silent, the stones will cry out. And may God bless you all.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your prophetic and Catholic witness. Well, folks, we're entering our last hour of the conference. We are going to take a 10 or 15-minute break. When we get back, we are going to have the Q&A. Will your question be picked? Stick around and find out. All right, folks. It's time for a little Q&A. Another round table. We're bringing back our speakers. And Super Nerd, what is the first question?
All right, the first question that came in, does Elizabeth Yore consider that Bergoglio is the Pope or not?
Well, there's a legal term, it's a Latin term called res ipsa loquitur, and it means the thing speaks for itself. In laying out the arguments with respect to not only the abdication by Benedict, but the St. Gallen machinations, and also I think Vigano's argument, which I think is a very strong one, that he didn't have the requisite intent to be Pope, that he came in with a flawed intent. I think it's very obvious that he's not the Pope. The investigator in me, there are a lot of things we don't know. We are entitled to know everything about the abdication. We as Catholics should know exactly what happened in the conclave and running up to the conclave with the lobbying efforts, the violation of UDG, and whatever else, whatever forces, the closing of the what were the ATMs? I mean, there was a lot of moving parts. And I also want to say, which I didn't get a chance to say, is that it was very clear that Benedict was despised by the St. Gallen Mafia. They all had these personal animosity towards Benedict, whether it was his hatred of liberation theology, whether his refusal to go along with the migration, the climate change, the China agreement. I mean, I have the cables that said that Ratzinger refused to agree to any more negotiations with the Chinese. And I think the question is, I think it's very important, you know, this coup d'etat, the deep church and the deep state that Vigano raised many years ago. I think all these questions are kind of pouring into this one issue that Ed has been so brilliantly and bravely brought to the forefront. And, you know, in my analysis, and I'm sure, well, I shouldn't speak for everybody, but, you know, when you analyze these 10 years, you realize what were we thinking? You know, this is pretty darn obvious. And why haven't, you know, the forces, you know, of, you know, the hierarchy been pounding their fists and screaming blood? Well, we know why. But it goes to the power of being a tyrant and being afraid and being compromised, and the importance of, you know, being pure in your faith and in your intentions. So yes, this long answer, but I think it's one that, you know, I think there's a lot of unanswered questions. And even after 10 years, in Anne's brilliant, brave analysis that happened, what was it, 5 years ago, Anne, where you began to really break down everything, you know, of the abdication. And I
7, can you believe it? But then we all lost 2 years of our lives. So 5 feels like, or 7 feels like 5. Yeah.
Yeah. But for that, I mean, that has been the signal moment where people have been given permission to examine the abdication and the papacy. And, you know, as you know, thinking rational people, of course, we're entitled to explore these questions. In fact, there's no questions that are more important than these. So anyway, that's my res ipsa loquitur. The thing speaks for itself. I do not consider Bergoglio the Pope.
Huzzah.
Okay.
Well said.
And following on that, if these arguments are so solid, why aren't good bishops and cardinals convinced, especially those who have nothing more to lose, like Bishop Strickland or the now unhoused Cardinal Burke?
Oh, come on,
Who
Anne.
wants it? Okay, I'll get the ball rolling. Human respect, money, and I think the one that people overlook a lot is pride. And especially with regards to Cardinal Burke, God love him. Cardinal Burke was the prefect of the Apostolic Signatura until, which is basically, in American terms, he was the Chief Justice of the Vatican Supreme Court. I don't know if everybody realizes that. Until Bergoglio illegally deposed him in 2014. Cardinal Burke and so many people, when I talk to people, both clerics and laity, the thing that I hear across the board people saying is, "Oh, Anne, I think you're probably right, or your arguments are very convincing, but I'm not doing anything. I'm not saying anything until Cardinal Burke speaks on this." Everybody is looking to Cardinal Burke. Now, here's the problem. Cardinal Burke would have to go in front of the entire planet and say, "I dropped the ball." Because understand, folks, when this all happened in February of 2013, nobody went to Pope Benedict and said, "All right, let's sit down and let's talk about this. What are your intentions? Let's dot all the I's, cross the T's. If you're absolutely certain that this is what you're going to do, we might need to have some modifications to canon law to make absolutely certain. We're going to obviously need to see a formal renunciation document." Folks, nothing like that happened. Nobody did anything. They all just sat there and then watched the St. Gallen Mafia push, conclave, now, get it done. They dropped the ball. This was a massive failure on the part of faithful Catholic prelates, especially the cardinals. And I have to say this, and I would say this to him if he was sitting right next to me right now. Cardinal Burke has a tremendous amount of culpability in all of this. And he would have to go in front of the entire world and say, "I dropped the ball. I am at least partially responsible for letting all of this happen." A lot of the responsibility for just letting this go on is squarely on my shoulders, because I was the prefect of the Apostolic Signatura. I'm a canonist, and everybody's looking at me. And he doesn't want to do that, apparently. And that's tragic.
And as embarrassing and hard of a hit on his ego as that might be a lot easier than having to answer to God Almighty why he did that.
That's right.
There's still time to
Amen.
make that change.
Yes.
Amen. And so that's why I've one of the things that I've advocated for is, even if Cardinal Burke were to do the right thing and come out and, call a press conference and lead a group of faithful Catholic prelates and say, "Okay, here's what happened. We dropped the ball. A terrible, terrible mistake was made 10 years ago." I think that he should proffer his resignation. If somebody in the business world, if someone in the military world made a mistake as big as this, they would be asked for their resignation. And in fact, you would think that they would voluntarily proffer it. I think the entire College of Cardinals needs to be completely rebooted. And again, it's "Come, Lord Jesus" is all you can say at that point. This is going to resolve. And when it does resolve, it is going to be absolutely fantastic, such that even the people here in this conference are going to be absolutely gobsmacked by how it all goes down. But we don't know what that's going to be. The only thing that we know is that it is going to happen. I'm kind of echoing and recapitulating Father Kramer's words from earlier today. This is going to wash out somehow, some way. But I cannot sit here and tell you exactly what those mechanisms are going to be, because after 10 years, nearly 11 now, this briar patch is just unbelievable.
And think about it, Catholics. There has been only one whistleblower in almost 11 years.
Yeah.
Vigano, Archbishop Vigano. Yeah. That is outrageous. I mean, even in the, Hunter Biden United States deep state, there are, hundreds of whistleblowers that are stepping forward. One, and, it's just, so, maybe this Christmas, and, in going through, I'm sure many of you felt the same way. In going through the madness of the last 10 years, you realize wait, somebody has got to start, stepping up, being brave. We have a history in the church of martyrs, of saints. We're desperately in need of somebody to do that. May not be a prelate, but it's long overdue. The damage is palpable. The synod is even my my evangelical friends will say, you told me 9 years, Liz, he's a Marxist.
Yeah.
What's he talking about?
Protestants and atheists know that he's not the Pope. Exactly. What possible excuse would a Catholic have if Protestants and atheists can clearly see and identify, oh, that guy's not the Pope. That guy isn't even Catholic. Right. And apropos of what you just said, Liz, it's said, and it's been reported by multiple people in multiple vectors, that Pope Benedict despaired. And in particular, apparently what really got him is when he went on the trip to Cuba in the summer of 2012. And apparently that was just an abject disaster. And what he saw in Cuba was that pretty much every prelate and every cleric was homosexual. Mm-hmm. And he got back to Rome, and that dossier, he commissioned a dossier. The three cardinals put together a huge dossier on the infiltration of the Vatican and the Curia by sodomites. And if I had to guess, now what a tragedy. We'll never be able to sit down. Nobody ever went to him and sat down and said, look, we need to talk about this. We need to know what the situation is. Do you have a copy of the dossier that can be looked over by honest Catholics trying to help? Is that he just despaired, that he realized that he was completely and totally surrounded inside of the Vatican. And unfortunately, and again, people who know him have testified to this. And most recently, Archbishop Ganswein, in an interview with Raymond Arroyo, they took an entire 5-minute segment talking about Joseph Ratzinger's proclivity and tendency towards trying to quit. He, in 1968, when the Marxist student riots broke out, he was teaching at the University of Tübingen in Germany. He got in his car and drove away mid-semester. Just got in his car and drove away. He was constantly trying to quit. He was constantly proffering resignations to Pope John Paul II while he was head of the CDF. He was constantly trying to get out. He was constantly trying to retire. And I think the combination of realizing how utterly infiltrated and saturated with sodomites the institutional church is, coupled with the clearly, Liz, you brought it up, the cutting off of the Vatican from the global money network. Mm-hmm. Come on. I mean, it's not cuckoo pants conspiracy theory when you look at the fact that the day after he announced that his fake partial abdication, here, we'll turn you right back on. All the ATMs work again. The Vatican Bank is back up and running. come on. I mean, you're not some sort of a nut with a tinfoil hat if you look at that and say the man was under massive pressure. And unfortunately, he just didn't have the strength of character needed to stay and fight. And it's a massive tragedy. And so these movements that are about these kind of intersecting tangentially with kind of QAnon and stuff like that, trying to make Pope Benedict out as some master chess player who did this master stroke, and this is just ridiculous, and we have to resist this. The latest iteration of this that I've heard is that Cardinal Burke is planning some grand maneuver. Ladies and gentlemen, let me disabuse you of that right now. There is absolutely no indication whatsoever that Cardinal Burke has any intention right now, as we're recording this, of doing anything. He just had a Q&A. He was just on a panel with Father Ripperger. I don't know if you guys saw that, but it was a Q&A just like this, and he was asked the question, and he said, we are not allowed, it is dangerous to even speculate on the question of whether or not Bergoglio is the legitimate pope. You can't even ask the question. We have to get out of these ridiculous, fabulous fairy tale concoctions, because you're being manipulated and played. Would that it were. I wish that I could believe that there is some plan afoot, but there is absolutely zero evidence on the ground of that right now as we're recording this on December 9th, 2023.
I would also ask the people from Argentina who obviously know Jorge Bergoglio, know his past, and that, in his waning days, it's important to get on the record what they know. There's been literally silence, except for, of course, the great articles from Archbishop Aguiar, who has known Bergoglio for 40 years and Tucho for 25 years. And he's been very vocal, but I'm sure he knows much about those two. I would also say about the Red Dossier, the 2 volumes that Benedict received of the investigation done by his bishops and cardinals about the corruption in the Vatican. There are crimes in those dossiers. There may be crimes against children. And the fact that they're sitting in a desk gathering dust is outrageous. And we as Catholics should demand that those are released, not released to the Vatican police or to the Rome police, because I don't think they have the objectivity, but to Interpol. This dossier is about predation on children that was going on in the Vatican, that is continuing to this day. And Jorge Bergoglio is sitting on that information, unless he's turned it over. If he's turned it over, well, let's know about it. But those are the kinds of things that the Catholic laity can put pressure on papal nuncio, on their bishops, on the bishop conferences. There are people sitting with information about what's going on in the Bergoglio Vatican. It's important to get the truth out. And finally, I would say, there's been a lot of kind of ugly things that we've talked about today, but I would go back to the great popes. I mean, Pius X and Leo the 13th and Pius the 12th, they didn't have the internet. All they had was, maybe phones and telegrams, Western Union. These guys had their finger on the pulse. When you read what how they understood China, how they understood communism, it's just incredible. And for me, in these dark days of Bergoglio, it's really helpful to go back, because as a Catholic, I didn't read these encyclicals. I am now. And I am so impressed by their brilliance, their practicality, and and they didn't need these, technological things they listened to their bishops who were from China. They listened to their bishops who were in the communist countries. And so it's very inspiring to go back and read these things. And, they obviously knew about the Catholic Patriotic Church much better than, what we do today. So anyway, that's kind of a bit of encouragement to really double down on your faith.
Dr. Ed, did you have anything you wanted to say about the previous question?
No, I'm good.
Okay. All right. What do we have next, Super Nerd?
I actually read the whole thing and then realized I was on mute. Could you please give advice as to how to explain or approach this situation with children, young kids, preteens, and teens?
My position is don't lie to children.
Right.
And usually when you lie to children, they can tell. So just don't. You don't have to sit down and talk to a 7-year-old about, sodomite orgies in the Holy Office. You don't need to do that. But you can. Kids are sharp and smart, and they know when they're being conned, and they know when they're being lied to. I just posted my annual post on don't lie to your children about Santa Claus. By all means, tell them about St. Nicholas, but don't lie to them and tell them that he's sneaking down the chimney and leaving magically these presents, because
He's not.
when they grow up because when they do grow up, when you lie to someone, it's an attack on faith. And it would be a very logical leap for a child to say, well, they were lying to me about Santa Claus, so they're probably lying to me about Jesus and the Eucharist too. I mean, it's probably all just the same. It's all of a piece, Don't lie. You can explain this to a fairly young child without freaking them out or getting into sodomy or anything like that. You say, bad men have snuck into the Vatican and they took over and they've fooled and they've tricked everybody. It's not terribly difficult, I don't think, but I'm not a mother. So Liz, what would you say?
I would recommend, being honest, yes, not dwelling on Jorge Bergoglio, because he's going to be, leaving this earthly world of ours.
Good point.
But I would talk to children about the saints. I would talk to children about the wonderful stories about the saints, about how, the Catholic nuns really certainly built our country with schools and hospitals and educating generations of children. The stories of Mother Elizabeth Seton, Mother Cabrini. Those are the stories that children need to really have a sense of their faith. Not, and we know, of course, that there have been bad popes. So with young children and maybe even teens, there have been bad popes. We're going through this. This is a time when you really learn your faith. And of course, the more we as adults, I think, fight for our faith, speak truth to power, battle tyranny, whether it's in the government, in our church. We had the battles with, all of our parishes, with them closing down and the masks and, the social distancing. These are strong messages that impact children when they see their parents fighting for what's important. And most especially, of course, I always say that the problem with the church is that, and how we really went off course, was that we weren't viewing the church with the same kind of vigilance that we would normally look at our families or our children. We would be attentive and be sure that they weren't getting in trouble. We would speak out and discipline. We all got very laissez-faire about, bad pastors, the gay infiltration.
Bad liturgy.
Bad music, bad liturgy. Yes. And so we have to get back to our church as the domestic church is the family, well, and our church is as important as a family, and to really speak out. Prayer groups, children prayer groups, talk to their guardian angels every night. Those are the things. Jorge Bergoglio, I think, leave him to the adults. We'll battle him. But the beauty of the faith has got to be kept alive in this generation.
And building on what Liz just said, my kids are still much young. Well, actually, I have no idea how old Elizabeth's children are, but my oldest are still in their teen years, and it's more important to learn the faith and to know what the faith is and what it's supposed to be before you start doing abnormal psychology and looking what it actually is in the world. If you know what the faith is, and you know what the church is supposed to be, and then you look up and see these don't match, okay, at least you've got a basis to operate on there. And as far as what do you say about the Pope? In our family rosary, we simply say, for the intentions of the Holy Father. And if we have a vacant see here because Benedict is now dead, those prayers don't go to waste. But we're also not going to make a big statement of, kids, Bergoglio is not the Pope. Foster that devotion to the office of the papacy, and let God sort out let him sort out the consequences of what's happening. I mean, the kids at some point will be old enough. They probably will be, to go back to what Father Kramer talked about with regard to Padre Pio. I have a feeling my kids are going to be in active combat during the queenship, or during the Triumph of the Immaculate Heart.
Mm-hmm.
And my job for now is to prepare them so they know how to recognize the voice of the shepherd, that they know what the truth is of the faith, and they know who to follow, and they don't get confused because they weren't trained.
Mm-hmm. Great advice.
And the next question is similar but different. How do you deal with adult children who may cut off familiar relationships over this?
Well, our Lord covered that in the Gospels. And in fact, our dear friend Mark Doherty has his blog named after that, Non Veni Pacem sed Glaudium. I come not to bring peace, but the sword. And there are multiple passages in the Gospel when he warns that families, intimate first degree familial relationships, will be severed over him and his holy church. And so we have to be sure that we are following the first commandment, and that includes with regards to our families. As intense as that is, it's the truth. God is first, and everything else, everything is under God.
I would just say the rosary, make it a integral part of your life. Make sure your children see you praying. Your coworkers who may have health problems, tell them you pray a rosary for them. I have a friend who hands out rosaries everywhere she goes. She was the one who handed out a rosary to Jeff Bezos and told him that she's praying for him. We have these magnificent sacramentals. Let's use them. The scapulars, the relics, holy water, and to pray for our adult children, those who may be away from the faith, those who, I've heard parents say, they've thrown what Jorge Bergoglio has said, he says, who am I to judge? You're so judgy. He's not. Yes, I think there's a lot of contention over the statements and attitude of Jorge Bergoglio.
And building on that one, I'm going to jump ahead to slide 10 because it kind of goes along with that. Yeah, our role in the church militant right now, unless you're somebody who can get in the face of somebody who wears red or white and can directly influence things, prayer is probably the most important thing. I don't know.
But I would also say don't cut yourself short either. I mean, there might be people out there who might find themselves, as I freely admit I found myself, in just an extremely extraordinary circumstance, and let God work in your life. If you told me 15 years ago today any of this, I would have laughed you out the door. With regards to myself and my life, I would have laughed you out the door. And look where we are. So, you know, don't make the hard and fast decision, well, there's absolutely nothing practical on the ground that I can do. Remember, we're praying and we're fasting, and through prayer and fasting we receive graces, and then we take those graces. Think of it like gasoline in your car. You've got gas in the tank now. Now you can take that gas and you can run it through the internal combustion engine, run it through the transmission, run it through the drivetrain, and get horsepower and torque to the ground, and you can do something. The whole quietism and throwing up your hands and there's nothing practical in the world that I can do. Well, don't cut yourself short. And remember the definition of humility. Humility is, for all of us fallen human beings, it's first and foremost knowing what you are not. Okay, that's the most important component of humility. But there's a second component of humility, and it's knowing what you are. And if you are something or someone that has a capacity to contribute and do something, you should allow the divine providence to work in your life and not fight it. But it's that balancing act. You have to remember what you are not, but also remember those things that you are. And it says in scripture that every individual person has been given different, varying, specific gifts. One person is good at this, another person is good at that, another person is good at the other. Be objective. Maybe enter into spiritual direction. Figure out what your strengths are, and then if you can do something, do it. And don't be afraid to do it. And don't let people gaslight you or talk you out of it or say, who do you think you are? Well, who do I have to be? Who do I have to be? I am a Catholic, and I am baptized, and I am confirmed. The gifts of confirmation alone give you some sort of a justification for action. Dr. Ed, what do you think?
Absolutely. In fact, I'd like to end on that note by offering up a few thoughts on that. First of all, people are going to call you names, even for just listening to us today, even though we have an Archbishop of the Church speaking at this conference. I would just remind people that if somebody calls you a sede vacantist, if somebody calls you a schismatic, just know that, for example, the most respected commentary on the 1917 to 1982 Code of Canon Law, Fathers Weerns and Vidal, state categorically, quote, "They cannot be numbered among the schismatics who refuse to obey the Roman pontiff because they consider him suspect or doubtfully elected on account of rumors in circulation," end quote. And Dominican Cardinal Cajetan, Thomas Cajetan, the Dominican theologian, who actually debated Martin Luther, so he knows a thing or two about who a schismatic and a heretic is. This is what he wrote in his commentary on the Summa. "If someone, for a reasonable motive, holds the person of the Pope in suspicion and refuses his presence, even his jurisdiction, he does not commit the delict of schism, nor any other whatsoever, provided he be ready to accept the Pope were he not held in suspicion," unquote. And in terms of those that just want to throw their hands up and say, well, there's nothing we can do, there's nothing that can be done, let me offer some thoughts. Dr. John Lamont, just a few days ago, over at the Rorate Chile blogspot, said the following: the bishops and cardinals have a duty to act immediately to remove Francis from the papacy. Is this microphone on?
Yeah.
And that is supposing that he still retains the office. It is not likely that the bishops will carry out this duty, but that does not affect the fact that the duty exists, unquote.
Yes.
Yeah.
The great theologian, Jesuit theologian Francisco Suarez, quote, "It would be extremely harmful to the church to have a heretical pope and not be able to defend herself from such a grave danger. It would go against the dignity of the church to oblige her to remain subject to a heretic pontiff without being able to expel him from herself. For such as are the prince and the priest, so the people are accustomed to be." Or the famous theologian, Jesuit, doctor of the church, St. Robert Bellarmine, quote, "Wretched would be the church's condition if she were forced to take as her pastor one who manifestly conducts himself as a wolf," unquote. And the trolls are going to say, "Are you calling Bergoglio, are you calling Pope Francis a wolf? You're a mean person." Well, who else but a wolf would say, allegedly, "Cardinal Burke is my enemy.
Yeah.
So I am taking away his flat and his salary." Now, I want to say to all the people out there, it pains me to hear these things said about Cardinal Burke. I love him to death. But I have to set, and this is going to be shocking, I have to say this. Bergoglio is still much closer to me than even Burke. I do mean that. It's what my father taught me a long time ago. He told me, keep your friends close, but your anti-popes closer.
You don't disappoint, Dr. Mazza.
Wouldn't be a Mazzacast without a
No, it
Godfather
wouldn't.
reference. But I won't end on the Godfather. I will end on Francis of Assisi. All you bishops and cardinals out there who are apprehensive at the thought of naming Francis an anti-pope, you might want to consider this summons from St. Francis, but don't be a CC. Quote, "You have not read the gospel of our Lord Jesus Christ completely. If your eye causes you sin, tear it out and throw it away." Here, Christ wanted to teach us that every man, however dear and close he is to us, and even if he is precious to us as the apple of our eye, must be repulsed, pulled out, expelled, if he seeks to turn us aside from the faith and love of our God. Folks, on that note, I want to thank you all for participating today. I want to thank our wonderful speakers, Anne Barnhardt, Elizabeth Yore, Father Paul Kramer, His Excellency Archbishop Carlo Maria Vigano, and I want to thank the man behind the scenes, Super Nerd.
Yes.
We could not
Yay.
have done this without the Herculean efforts of Super Nerd. We thank you deeply and prayerfully. We thank you deeply and prayerfully for giving us your time. If this is the kind of thing that you'd like to see more of, please go to edmundmazza.com. Check out my courses. I've got a one-day seminar on the Pope's prophecy and anti-popes on Monday, January 15th. You can enroll in that. Or I have a 4-week Advent class. And if you can't attend live, I do send you the videos. So please consider that, or please consider in the drop-down menu making a donation so that I can keep doing this work. This is my full-time gig since I left academia. And I think we need to turn to Our Lady. Yesterday we celebrated the Feast of the Immaculate Conception. today's the feast of Juan Diego, Saint Juan Diego. If Our Lady and Juan Diego could turn around the Aztec Empire in just a matter of a few short years, she can turn this situation around too. So let's storm heaven with our rosaries, our prayers, our sacrifices. Again, I ask you to keep my own family in your prayers. My wife is having some medical issues, and I would deeply appreciate your prayers for her. And I'm honored and privileged to be with you all. I'm praying for you. Please pray for me. And God, as Bishop Fulton J. Sheen used to say, God love you.
Thanks, Dr. Ed.
Bye-bye, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Bye.